Chapter 408. Caressing the stone of the necromancer in his hand, Buffett snorted in dissatisfaction, venting the anger in his heart. There's only this kind of reward. After defeating the Megalosaurus army, the beast monarch immediately entered the creation experiment that originally belonged to the tyrant worm. With his strength, he naturally cleared most of the areas easily and received the reward, the stone of the necromancer. As long as one held this magical item made by a legendary necromancer, even an ordinary mortal would be able to control the will of most of the dead and command countless undead creatures. But to a demon lord, this reward was of little value and was even suspected of insulting a demon lord. Did they lack subordinates? Or could it be that those undead creatures were more powerful than the demon lord's Tannery army? Obviously, this was impossible. Therefore, Buffett was very dissatisfied with this and thought that he was targeted by Stim. The first time, you let go of the weak red dragon. The second time, you rewarded me with this broken thing. Buffett, who was covered in a black mane, narrowed his blood-red eyes. Well, when this game is over, we must have a good talk and discuss the etiquette to treat the strong. Thinking of this, although there was still a part of the creation laboratory that had not been cleared in time, he did not want to wait any longer. Those places were all the forbidden territories of the tyrant worm, and clearing them was dangerous and troublesome. Now, Buffett was just an incarnation of the demon lord. He would not be so arrogant as to think that he was invincible. Moreover, since he received the stone of the necromancer, he did not want to keep this reward, so he might as well use it immediately. Anyway, the game had become a little boring for him, so using the magical item as a reward to speed up the progress was a good idea. Give me an item. Buffett's mouth suddenly curled up and communicated with the exchange list that Stim issued to him. Well, I want the Great Graveyard of Dorison. Ding! Exchange for Great Graveyard of Dorison requires all the gold coins currently accumulated by the player. Please be sure to confirm carefully. Of course, the beast monarch chose to confirm again. At the same time, he felt a little curious and gloating, as everyone knew, in the bottomless abyss, the Knoll King Yeenagu and the Tauren King Buffett were mortal enemies. Dorison was Yeenagu's most important ally at the moment. Not long ago, the unlucky Ghoul King was forced to leave Orcus, one of the 3 leaders of the Abyss, and turn to the relatively weak Yeenagu for protection. And now, because of Buffett's evil intentions, the King of Ghouls had to bear another painful memory. Who dares to steal my great necropolis? On the 421st floor of the Abyss, in the Palace of the Pale Kingdom, Dorison roared loudly while sitting on his throne. Just a moment ago, one of his 23 great tombs had vanished without a trace. One had to know that the great necropolis was an important part of his strength. It was used to produce powerful abyssal ghouls. As a result, Dorison had set up layers upon layers of deadly defenses around the necropolis. However, against a god who could access the domain of crafty approach and theft, his defenses were still rather weak. But then again, which god only needed a great necropolis? Even if it was a god in the domain of death, would they, who controlled death, covet a few corpses of Dorison? Stim was naturally the same. He had no interest in Dorison's great necropolis at all. It was just that the players had paid a huge amount of gold coins. As the god of virtual games, he had to satisfy the players' exchange needs. Of course, it was not easy to steal from a demon lord, even if it was an extremely weak one. It took a full 5 days for Dorison's great necropolis to be moved into the Acid Fog Canyon plain and placed in front of Buffett. Ding! Dorison's great necropolis has been successfully exchanged. Please check. The system notification rang out beside the beast monarch's ears. To a demon, a mere few days was like a fleeting moment. It was not worth mentioning at all. He was sitting on the giant bull demon Ponators, checking on the recovery of his mount's injuries. Ponator's had regained his fighting strength, and Dorison's great necropolis had been successfully exchanged. These two pieces of good news added to Buffett's mood. Humph, this is more or less the same. He took out the stone of the necromancer. As early as the beast monarch had come into contact with this magical item, he had already understood how to use it. As he had battled with many strong undead creatures, he knew even more about the tricks of the necromancers than the exchange instructions. He held the stone of the necromancer in one hand. With a slight squeeze, cracks appeared on the outer shell of this magical item. A stream of water with abundant negative energy gushed out of his nose and washed over the stone of the necromancer. Due to the similarity, the damaged outer shell of this magical item was peeled off little by little and dissolved into the stream of water. It was then washed away. Runes with magical aura appeared in Buffett's palm. Just as they were about to dissipate, they were stopped by a spell. These magical runes were the core secrets of the legendary necromancers to control the undead creatures. It was very troublesome to analyze them, but Buffett didn't need to do so. Just like how one didn't need to know how to program to use software, he only wanted to use the runes hidden in the stone of the necromancer to summon the undead creatures in the great necropolis more quickly. Putting his hands together and lowering his head, Buffett described his orders in detail to the magical runes in his palms. This should be enough. The magical runes turned into a green drizzle sprinkled by the beast monarch towards the great necropolis in front of him. Feeling the call from the stone of the necromancer, they knew that the peace of the great necropolis had been broken. They, who had always been hungry, were tempted by the instinct to gnaw on flesh and blood. With their legs that used to be mortal, they bent their backs and ran. That kind of desire was so intense that they even lowered their heads between their bent legs and directly rushed forward. Their long tongues hung between their fangs, and dirty saliva flowed down along their chins and necks. Their arms hung low, their joints dragging on the ground, and their fingers twitched excitedly, but they didn't care at all because they were ghouls, and hungry ghouls were easier to enslave. It's time to end this game. Buffett stood up from the colossal bull demon's back. He used a rare soft voice to softly mutter an incantation. The ghouls that rushed out of the great necropolis heard the summoner's invitation and pointed out the location of the feast of flesh and blood. The following content is not counted in the word count. Thanks to Shoutang 246, Amir Regis, and Fish in Troubled Waters for their tips. The support of the readers is the source of motivation for the new author to continue to update. Chapter 409. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The blacksmiths in the blood-armored demon army worked hard to hammer the steel that had just come out of the furnace. As they hammered, their assistants added additional materials to the steel to increase its sturdiness and toughness. As they worked step by step, the steel gradually showed the embryonic form of a weapon. It began to look like a war hammer. The head of the hammer was in the shape of a ferocious dragon's head, and the handle of the hammer had anti-slip threads. Chi-chi-chi, the final shape of the war hammer, was placed in the coolant. The white dragon's blood that floated in the ice quickly dissipated the residual heat on the weapon. As Daramar had cast a spell on the steel before forging the warhammer, the warhammer now displayed an astonishing vitality. The dragon-head warhammer began to twist. While the blood-armored demon blacksmith was inspecting his work, it suddenly exploded. The ferocious dragon's head bit the blood-armored demon's neck fiercely. With force from the upper and lower jaws, it clamped the blood-armored demon's throat and separated his head from his body. Before he could even let out a wail, the blacksmith died in the mouth of his work. He was destined to not be able to rest in peace. Seeing his superior die, the blacksmith assistant, who was also a blood-armored demon, ran away. He only wanted to leave this place as far as possible. After all, countless maggots would emerge after the death of the blood-armored demon. These maggots would attack the surrounding creatures indiscriminately. Get lost. Daramar, who was standing at the door of the workshop, pushed away the blacksmith assistant who rushed out and walked straight in. At this moment, as his life essence had evolved into a 9-headed demon dragon, his humanoid form had also changed greatly. He originally appeared as a dragon vein goblin, but now he had become a dragon vein earth goblin. His body was as strong as an orc's. The heart of the Baylor demon beat vigorously, covering Daramar with a shield made of abyss evil fire. The rotting maggots drilled out of the blood-armored demon blacksmith's body. As soon as they met the flames on Daramar's body, they immediately turned into ashes. Daramar strode forward and kicked away the corpse that was constantly spewing maggots. He bent down and grabbed the handle of the hammer. The dragon head warhammer that wanted to bite his hand was like a snake that was pinched by its weak point. It instantly became docile. It seems not bad. After swinging his warhammer a few times, Daramar could not help but sigh. In a good mood, he even generously threw a bunch of evil abyss fire into the corpse of the blood-armored demon blacksmith, granting it eternal rest. With a suitable weapon, the 9-headed demon dragon Dharma's strength increased greatly. He began to consider whether or not he should send out his troops to seize the new general flag. However, sometimes plans could not keep up with changes. Before he could gather his troops and set off, the enemy had arrived at the walls of the burnt sacrifice fortress before him. The lookout on the fortress was the first to discover the enemy. Then, that devil used purgatory language to loudly warn the entire city. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! All the blood-armored demons were running around to spread the news. Although it seemed disorderly, it was actually very orderly. Every blood-armored demon rushed to their assigned positions as soon as possible. They were not panicking at all. They had long since become accustomed to battles. In the days when they fought against the Thanner re-demons, the blood-armored demons had not only experienced hundreds of battles, but they had also seen countless grand scenes. When enemies came to attack the fortress, the blood-armored demons would not pay attention to whether the enemy was aggressive or if their side was weak. They only cared about how many cavalrymen and infantry, how many archers and spearmen, how many weaponsmiths, cannoneers, plundering light cavalry, and tunnel engineers the enemy had. Knowing all these, the blood-armored demons could easily estimate how much effort they would need to spend to win this battle. It's just a group of ghouls, and you're shouting? Standing on the city wall, the blood-armored demon guard captain looked at the lookout in surprise. However, he knew that his subordinate was not a novice. This one is from the 9 prisons of Bader. I really saw it. Behind these ghouls, there is a huge giant bull demon. The lookout explained, helplessly. His eyes that could see through invisibility had indeed caught a glimpse of a powerful Thanner, re-demon, but now there was no trace of it. Let's not worry about that for now. First, we need to clean up those ghouls. With so many undead creatures gathered, there must be someone commanding them. The blood-armored demon guard captain waved his hand and immediately gave his order. Then, he teleported away from the city wall. Sitting on the throne that originally belonged to the burnt offering demon, Daramar listened to the information brought back by the blood-armored demon guard captain. A huge giant bull demon. The 9-headed demon dragon squinted his eyes slightly. It's very likely that the existence suspected to be the demon lord has brought his subordinates here. As for those ghouls, I'm afraid it's also his doing. Although he could not be sure, he knew that he could not be careless in the face of a suspected demon lord's attack. Send out the demon hound army, Daramar ordered. There is also a lot of meat on the ghouls. It can satisfy the demon hound's appetite. Due to the burnt offering demon's previous management, this fortress stored a lot of military equipment. There were more than 30 Hellscream alone. However, Daramar did not want to waste these ammunition. In comparison, it was more practical to send the Demon Hound army to battle. As the order was passed down, the gate of the doghouse in the fortress was opened again. Hungry demon hounds swarmed out. Under the blood-armored demons berating and chasing, these demon hounds from the 9 prisons of Bader charged towards the city wall while salivating. There was no need to open the iron gate of the fortress. When building and repairing the city wall, the burnt-offering demon had specially ordered the craftsmen to leave several dog holes. With just a bit of magic power, the mechanism blocking the dog holes would be moved aside, allowing the demon hounds to pass through with their heads lowered. Even though the ghouls were undead creatures that emitted an indescribable stench, the demon hounds still salivated when they saw them. In the past few days, Daramar had no choice but to reduce the expenditure of the fortress in order to accumulate gold coins to exchange for the materials needed to forge the dragon head warhammer. The demon hound army bore the brunt of this. Their daily ration had shrunk to 1/3 of the original. They could no longer eat as heartily as before. No matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it still had a piece of meat. Not to mention the ghouls that were not much smaller than normal humans. Rotten meat was still meat. It was better than no meat at all. At the same time, the abyss ghouls that crawled out of the great necropolis actually had the same idea as the demon hounds. Furthermore, their hunger was even stronger than the demon hounds. After all, these undead creatures were cursed for eternity. Even if they were already dead, they would still suffer from the constant torment of hunger until one day they would turn into ashes. Thus, a rather comical scene appeared. Obviously, these 2 evil creatures had sharp claws and stood on 2 feet when fighting. But when they clashed, whether it was the demon hounds or the ghouls, their first choice was to open their big mouths. Chapter 4:10. Abyss ghouls could also be called demonic ghosts. Compared to ordinary ghouls, these ghouls that were soaked in the power of the abyss were stronger, faster, and more cunning. Therefore, although the Ghoul Legion's individual strength was insufficient against the hounds from Bateau, they were evenly matched in terms of numbers. At the very least, when the hounds gnawed on the ghouls' rotting flesh, there were also demonic hounds that were eaten by the ghouls. Those undead bastards. There are quite a lot of them. Standing on the walls of the demon fortress, Daramar said to the blood-armored demon garrison captain beside him, and the latter only nodded. This was not disrespect to the commander, but when the blood-armored demons were faced with war, they would become especially focused. However, Daramar still felt like a thorn in his heart. The blood-armored demons' actions reminded him that these Batsu were only obedient to authority. Without the general flag, or after the game ends, these devils might turn against us. I have to prepare in advance, Daramar thought to himself. Of course, he did not say this out loud, especially when the fortress was under attack, and he still had to rely on the blood-armored demons to defend. Just as he was thinking, in the battlefield not far away, the situation of the 2 sides suddenly changed. The ghouls that were originally loosely resisting the demonic hound legion seemed to have received some order and quickly left the battle. However, they were not retreating, but rather they began to gather into groups with some particularly powerful demonic ghosts as the center. In each group, there were some abyss ghouls that were far larger than their peers, as if they were transformed from giants. They surrounded their leader, who was the most powerful and the wisest among them, and guarded him firmly in the center. Compared to these undead creatures that suddenly became orderly, the demonic hound legion on the battlefield seemed even more chaotic. Seeing this situation, the blood-armored demon garrison captain, standing behind Daramar, immediately advised, let the demonic hounds retreat, and then let the blood-armored demons replace the hounds? Daramar interrupted the blood-armored demon garrison captain with a rhetorical question, but he did not mention the use of military equipment. Just a moment ago, this narrow-minded, nine-headed demon dragon had classified the Batsu Legion under his command as consumables. Weapons like Hellscream, on the other hand, were completely different. They were assets that he could take away and save for future use. I've never heard of the 9 prisons of Bader advocating compassion. The sarcasm in Daramar's words was obvious. This made the blood-armored demons, who had always been proud of Bader, feel extremely disgusted. If they were not restricted by the general flag, they might have already raised their weapons. However, he continued, military orders are absolute. The ghouls are the enemy of the demon hounds. Those demon hounds must learn to face them on their own. The blood-armored demon guard captain naturally disagreed with such an explanation. When the burnt-offering demon commanded the Legion of Devils, if the enemy had the advantage in numbers, he would definitely use Hellscream to wipe them out first, because it would be easier to win that way. The consumption of resources was not worth mentioning in front of the glory of victory. In Bader's social system, there was no such thing as failure is the mother of success. Only by constantly winning could the demons be promoted, and the consumption of resources would be prioritized. However, the blood-armored demon guard captain still chose to follow Daramar's orders due to his nature of obeying the commander's decision. But when he carried out his orders, he still made some suggestions on tactics. This time, Daramar gladly accepted them. Lord Commander, the blood-armored demon guard captain said, we need to provide the demon hounds with some cardiac stimulants. The so-called cardiac stimulant was actually a special stimulant of Bator. It could temporarily raise the strength of the troops. Its core formula was top secret, and it was filled with rare materials such as the liver of a Kiru demon, the blood of a pit fiend, and so on. The method of using the cardiac stimulant was very simple. It could be taken orally or applied externally. Both options were acceptable. With Daramar's approval, the blood-armored demon guard captain ordered people to take out a portion of the cardiac stimulant shells from the warehouse. He then used Hellscream to bombard the battlefield. This drug could only make the Batsu people more excited. To the other races, especially the Tana, Re-demons, this cardiac stimulant was no different from poison. This was the reason why Daramar was not stingy with the use of cardiac stimulants on the demon hounds. Bang, bang, bang. The hell scream that had been silent for a long time finally roared again. Of course, it did not last for long. After firing a dozen or so cardiac stimulant shells, these great weapons of the Legion of Devils were forbidden from being fired by the commander, who was distressed for his troops. However, this was enough. The cardiac stimulant shells were shot out from the barrels, and before they hit the ground, the firing pins inside caused an explosion in the air. Clouds of light red potion, mist, instantly enveloped the entire battlefield, covering the entire Hound Demon Legion, but there was still some left. The potion that contained some of Bader's power of order stimulated the nerves of the demon hounds, and made the ghouls feel even more uncomfortable. Although they were not like the Tana Re-demons, where coming into contact with the potion was like coming into contact with poison, these abyssal ghouls more or less contained some chaotic abyssal power in their bodies. At this moment, the rotten flesh on their bodies began to swell and fester, and pus flowed out. Fortunately, they were undead creatures, and the only thing they could feel was hunger. Otherwise, their combat strength would have been greatly reduced. Roar! The strongest ghouls in the formation raised their necks and roared, urging their subordinates to advance in a line. The demon hounds seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Under the pumping of their thumping hearts, their blood began to surge to their heads. Facing the dense formation of ghouls, the demon hounds chose to use a wedge-shaped formation to launch a decapitation attack. Like a hot knife through butter, the demon hounds tore through the dense formation of ghouls and pounced directly at the center. At this moment, their brains blocked out the perception of pain and hunger. Not only did the demon hounds not feel the pain of their bodies being injured, they also did not stop to nibble on food. They wanted to directly attack the root of the problem and establish their victory by killing the ghoul leaders. However, although the idea was good, it was very difficult to implement. How could the ghoul leaders under the command of the demon lord not be prepared for the enemy's decapitation attack? With bursts of ghastly roars, the ghouls that were originally scattered into several formations quickly gathered together. Like making dumplings, the demon hounds were like the filling of dumplings surrounded by the ghouls and attacked from both sides. Chapter 4:11. Panicked like stray dogs was the most appropriate way to describe the current state of the demon hound army. Of course, that was if they were still an army. After being surrounded by the abyss ghouls, the demon hounds from Beta were like dogs that had been locked up and beaten. Even though the demon hound's strength had increased due to the effects of the cardiac stimulant, they were still almost completely wiped out in the end. Originally, the burnt offering devil beast raised a few hundred devil hounds, but after escaping from the ghoul formation, less than a tenth of them survived, and all of them were injured. The demon hounds ran in the direction of the devil's fortress while barking madly. If translated into the purgatory language, these words could almost include some of the words that would be raped by the Bartholomew 9 hells. They were asking questions. They were asking why the commander allowed them to die in the formation, why he didn't send any reinforcements, why he didn't send any artillery support. However, these questions were destined to be fruitless. Raise your crossbows and prepare to fire. Daramar waved his hand, and the blood-armored demon garrison captain helplessly conveyed the commander's order to his subordinates. Every blood-armored demon had a hellfire crossbow in addition to the hellfire spear in their hands. It was their natural weapon. In their hands, these heavy crossbows made of brass and bone didn't need to be strung at all. They only needed a simple spellcasting action to shoot out an attack similar to a flame arrow. It was not a true flame arrow, but a small amount of pure Bader's power that could ignore most energy resistance. Therefore, this attack could also kill the devils that were immune to fire. In fact, the demon hounds that were running back received the first wave of attacks. Thousands of blood-armored demons pulled the trigger at the same time, and the flame arrows flew out like a swarm of bees. Whether it was the demon hounds or the abyss ghouls, as long as they were within range, each monster received one or two. Quickly load the crossbows and fire a few more times. Like a wheat field that had been cut by a sickle, the monsters all fell to the ground. Daramar could not help but excitedly give the order when he saw this. Because the hellfire crossbow could only be used by Batsu, it was especially suitable for the blood-armored demons to use, so he did not treat it as his own. Daramar did not feel the slightest bit of heartache when he gave the order. He also did not consider whether using it frequently would cause damage to his equipment. Under his urging, the blood-armored demons shot dozens of times in a short period of time, almost plowing the ground in front of the fortress. The ghouls that had been preparing to attack the city had all fallen to the ground. Because their undying nature had been annihilated by Bartho's power, they had all died with hatred. Because Daramar's order was too hasty, the hellfire crossbows of some blood-armored demons exploded, causing a lot of extra damage. Coupled with the casualties of the devil hounds, half of the burnt sacrifice demon's original army seemed to have been cut in half. However, Dalamar wasn't a burnt offering demon. He was the first 9-headed demon dragon in the multiverse, so he naturally wouldn't feel the pinch. The only thing that bothered him was that until now, the exchange system's notification still hadn't appeared. This meant that Stim had yet to determine that the commander of the Abyss Ghouls had failed. It was very likely that the other party still had other tricks up their sleeves. Due to Murphy's Law, sometimes the more you worry that something bad will happen, the more likely it is to happen. Just as the blood-armored demons were starting to deal with the casualties that had just occurred, something strange happened. Rocks the size of small mountains fell from the sky. A mountain range in the distance was suddenly overturned. An astonishingly huge monster tore off its disguise and kept throwing rocks at the fortress. It's that colossal bull demon. The blood-armored demon in the watchtower suddenly roared. However, he didn't know that his words coincided with Daramar's thoughts. Although his life essence had undergone a transition and evolved into a legendary level 9-headed demon dragon, Daramar still hadn't forgotten how terrifying that colossal bull demon was when he faced it with the other dragons in the Megalosaurus army. The moment he saw it again, he had some thoughts of turning around and running away. However, that would mean giving up on the general flag on him. All his previous efforts and all the forces he had built up would be wiped out. Therefore, he couldn't run away now. In order to compete for the ultimate overlord and obtain the generous rewards, he had to fight even if he had to bite the bullet. Damn it! Daramar's eyes scanned around. He knew that since the colossal bull demon had appeared, the suspected demon lord should not be far away. I have to find him and let the blood-armored demon legion deal with him. I only need to restrain and kill the colossal bull demon. Previously, the ancient Red Dragon Hellfire army had severely injured and even almost killed this colossal bull demon. Daramar had seen the whole process, so he still had a certain understanding of the strength of this colossal bull demon. He felt that he should be able to kill it. As for that demon lord, even if it should be just the incarnation of a demon lord, Daramar felt that he shouldn't fight with it easily. The other party might have some means that could easily kill him. Thinking of this, he immediately ordered the blood-armored demon garrison captain, use Hell's Roar quickly. Use spells to increase the range of the cannons. Try to cover the surroundings of the colossal bull demon as much as possible. If any invisible creatures appear, the blood-armored demon legion will immediately move out and kill them. What about that colossal bull demon? Someone must restrain its movements. If we let it throw boulders to attack the city wall, after a while, after hearing this order, the blood-armored demon garrison captain asked suspiciously. He was very clear about the number of soldiers in the fortress. You just need to kill that invisible creature. It should be a Tauren with demon blood. Daramar deliberately concealed the strength of the opponent and explained to the garrison captain, as for that colossal bull demon, leave it to me. He raised the dragon head warhammer in his hand, threw it up and caught it again, as if showing off. Then his eyes turned cold. Hurry up and carry out the mission. Not long after, the Hell's Roar that had been fired before was pushed out again by the blood-armored demon cannoneers. Due to the huge size of the colossal bull demon, the cannoneers were ordered to cover the surroundings of its body so they could fire without much aiming. Boom! The sound of gunpowder exploding was heard. Under the effect of the range-increasing spell, the cannoneers shot out and flew into the distance. Then, with the second explosion of the cannoneers, even the soil and stones in the area where the cannoneers landed were affected. The blood-armored demon legions, look out, soon found something abnormal in the smoke and dust. The smoke and dust in a certain area were too thick. It was the result of dust accumulating on the shield-type spell. Over there, use dimensional interference. Chapter 412. He's using Hellscream again. Walking in the half-collapsed tunnel, Keyes could not help but feel speechless. God knows what was going on above. Couldn't he have fired all the cannonballs in one go to achieve a better coverage and at the same time achieve a more perfect cleansing? As the ground continued to tremble, the ceiling of the tunnel rustled with dust, and it was unknown when it would collapse. And Keyes was somewhat helpless about this. Whether it was transforming into a megalosaurus or using magic, there was a possibility that others would notice. Therefore, he could only search for the right path while using the arches that had been broken a long time ago and were already somewhat decaying to make more protective supports for himself. If the tunnel really collapsed and completely buried him, all of his plans would be ruined. 3 natural days ago, Keyes had successfully created the legendary clockwork Megalosaurus as the shelter for the phantom dragons. Not only did he receive the reward provided by Stim, but he was also given a temporary mission. Only by completing this mission could the clockwork Megalosaurus he created be completely his. Otherwise, when the game ended, the phantom dragons, which were the core of the clockwork Megalosaurus, would go out of control. Although Keyes was very confident that even if the phantom dragons went out of control, there was a high probability that he would not be attacked by them because of Sirota. But the temporary mission, Phantom Dragon's Request, was related to the promise between the young blue dragon and the phantom dragons. Ding! The player has confirmed the request. The request is to take revenge on the rebels of the Megalosaurus army in the form of a special sneak attack. From the moment he received this notification, Keyes carried out 2 days of continuous intelligence-gathering work, spending a lot of gold coins. He had to admit that there was nothing that could not be done with money. Stim's original exchange list did not have any information about other players in order to maintain the balance of the game. However, after 2 days of Keyes' continuous spending, the exchange list had undergone a huge change. Not to mention Daramar's current location. Even the direction of his body strengthening, evolving into a 9-headed demon dragon, as well as the predicament of him being ambushed by the demon lord Buffett's army, were clearly priced. They were sold to Quess, the rich tycoon, on the exchange list. Thus, the young blue dragon didn't leave the house, but all kinds of information regarding the mission target, Daramar, were placed on his desk. To his surprise, Quess learned that Daramar had once visited Boomtown and was responsible for the disappearance of the Mad Rats and the other labors from a copy of the brief report on Daramar's whereabouts that was worth 200 gold coins. In addition, Keyes also found out that the place where the guy was now stationed was actually the airdrop camp that he had built. After learning this information, he made a prompt decision. First, through the authority of the mayor of Boomtown, he issued a mission for himself on the internal bulletin board of the town's law enforcement team, punish the murderer Daramar. In this way, he obtained the approval of the power of Bator. Although he was in the game, and the plane of the Acid Fog Canyon isolated part of the influence of the power of Bator and the power of the Abyss, how could Stim, a god who hadn't even reached the level of great divine power, ban these 2 evil forces that were at the bottom of the multiverse? As a registered lord of Batsu, who had his own territory, Keyes had the right and obligation to maintain order in his territory. Any criminal who was found to have committed a crime in Boomtown could be severely punished according to the laws of Bator. Moreover, such actions would be favored by the power of Bator. As a reward for carrying out the way of order, the law enforcement would be much smoother. After Keyes issued this mission for himself, he found the magic consultant, Snade, and asked him to be ready to open the portal at any time and lead the army of Boomtown to pick him up. He himself went ahead and found the ruins of the laboratory where the steampunks had created the Demolic. When he showed the ultimate art to the tyrant worm, the mercenaries under its command escaped from the underground through a secret tunnel. Now, it was just the opposite. With the habitual thinking of the Batsu army, they would most likely guard against teleportation spells sneaking into the fortress, but they would most likely not care about a low-end technology like a tunnel. With the help of the original owner of the laboratory, Keyes soon found the laboratory with a big hole in the ceiling. He turned into his human form and crawled into the tunnel under the collapsed ceiling. Back then, the power of that ultimate art was simply too great. Not only did it completely burn down the surrounding mushroom forest, even the underground tunnels that were dozens of feet deep were affected. Most of the tunnels had collapsed, and a few of them were simply impassable. In addition, the blood-armored demonic cannoneers in the nearby demonic fortress had begun to fire Hellscream, and the existing tunnels could collapse at any time. If it were not for Keyes' amazing strength, which allowed him to continuously dig without feeling tired, and the Blue Dragon's strong sense of direction underground, which allowed him to accurately identify the location and not dig in the wrong direction, his plan would have been declared a failure. However, despite the effort, the young Blue Dragon still carried a suitcase with him. He did not store it in his storage space. The suitcase was not big. It was similar in shape to the bronze boxes that were often used to store official documents or valuable items in the 9 prisons of Bader. The entire suitcase was made of metal. There were only 8 hollow decorations in the corners of the suitcase. Other than that, there were no other signs. The reason Keyes carried this suitcase with him was that it contained his legendary creation, the Clockwork Megalosaurus. The Clockwork Megalosaurus was a legendary construct creature. When it was born, it was endowed with many legendary abilities of mechanical constructs. Among them was the peculiar mechanical fusion. As a legendary construct creature, the Clockwork Megalosaurus could temporarily establish a connection with a machine and then reverse fusion with it. After the fusion, the Clockwork Megalosaurus would have 2 forms, the Clockwork Megalosaurus form and the ordinary mechanical form. When in the mechanical form, the Clockwork Megalosaurus could quickly change into another form through a legendary action. Moreover, this transformation could not be interrupted by any means. Out of some bad taste, Keyes personally created a suitcase-like music box and let the Clockwork Megalosaurus fuse with it. This way, when necessary, not only could he imitate a battle scene in a famous game or comic from his previous life by throwing the suitcase around, but when the Clockwork Megalosaurus transformed, the suitcase music box would also play an extremely hot-blooded background music. In your background music, no one can defeat you. Chapter 413. The cannon fire subsided. After discovering the traces of the enemy, the garrison captain gave the order. Apart from a small number of people who stayed behind to guard the fortress, the rest of the blood-armored demons attacked. Thanks to their advanced teleportation talents, they quickly surrounded the enemy and immediately activated another spell-like ability, Dimensional Interference. Although the spell-like ability of the blood-armored demons was not as powerful as the Dimensional Anchor, it won in numbers. Hundreds of dimensional interference superimposed on each other, causing the space on the battlefield to become extremely chaotic. No one dared to teleport here, except for the blood-armored demons themselves. With a cold humph, Buffett removed his invisibility. He knew that this trick could not fool the demon soldiers. Immediately, this demon lord chose a tactic that was more suitable for his appearance. He raised the machete in his hand and began to charge forward. Previously, Dalamar had revealed to the blood-armored demons that Buffett was only a Tauren with abyss demon blood. However, although the blood-armored demons were blindly loyal, they were not stupid. Therefore, they did not completely believe the words of this new commander. The captain of the garrison was even more cautious. To be safe, he ordered most of the blood-armored demons to attack at the same time. But when the enemy revealed himself, he was still shocked. How could this be a Tauren with abyss demon blood? This was clearly the infamous King of Beasts. Even if he appeared here, there was a high probability that it was only an incarnation. Unlike the inexperienced Dalamar, The blood-armored demons fought on the front lines and had some understanding of the various demon lords. At this time, the captain of the blood-armored demons couldn't help but sigh in his heart. How did we end up with such a commander? Unfortunately, facing Buffett, who was like a gust of wind, it was too late for the blood-armored demons to retreat, even if they wanted to. They had no choice but to brace themselves and face the ferocious-looking machete head-on, bracing themselves as they charged forward. For Bateau's honor, the captain of the garrison shouted with purgatory, hoping to stimulate the blood-armored demons' fighting spirit and boost their morale. After all, if they killed the enemy here, even if it was only an incarnation of a demon lord, it was still a supreme honor for the blood-armored demons. Of course, in order to obtain this special honor, many blood-armored demons had to put their lives on the line and fight for it. Don't fight him alone. He might be the beast monarch of the tainted Ta, Na Li, form a small team formation, and attack together. The blood-armored demon guard captain was giving instructions to his subordinates through telepathy instead of words. The blood-armored demons also reacted and immediately formed small teams of 4. They were very skilled and efficient. The formation formed by the elite demon infantry was like a gradually clenching palm, squeezing towards the demon lord that was surrounded. The blood-armored demons in the front row of each squad waved their hellish spears and tried their best to stab the enemies. The blood-armored demons in the back row took out their hellfire crossbows and were ready to shoot. If it were an ordinary Thanner re-demon, he would have been flustered and lost his composure in this situation. Unfortunately, they were not only facing a demon spirit, but also Buffett, who was very experienced in battle. Looking at the spear in front of him, this powerful Minotaur demon revealed a disdainful smile. Good strategy, but you are too weak. Buffett mocked loudly as he waved the machete in his hand and knocked away the hellish spears, one by one. What was more terrifying was that even though this beast monarch was surrounded, he still had energy to spare and did not seem to be in a hurry. He led the encirclement formation and moved little by little to the edge of the blood-armored demon's encirclement because the effect of dimensional interference was the weakest there. Every time he blocked a few attacks, he would find a chance to counterattack. And every time he counterattacked, he would reap the life of at least one blood-armored demon. The blood-armored demons were fighting in small teams. The casualties in the front row continued to increase, while the archers in the back row, because of Buffett's rhythmic movements, would often lose their targets and even shoot their teammates in the front row. After the blood-armored demons died, a large number of maggots would surge out from their corpses and wildly attack the surroundings, regardless of friend or foe. But every time Buffett killed a blood-armored demon, he would always take the correct step and hide himself behind the other blood-armored demons. To put it bluntly, the famous maggot explosion had a much greater impact on the blood-armored demon army than the demon lord. Change the formation. Give up on using the hellfire crossbow. Don't give him any space to move. The guard captain hurriedly changed the order. At the same time, there was another battle taking place on this battlefield. The 9-headed demon dragon Dalamar was fighting the giant bull demon Bonators. After drinking the ultimate deadly terror, elixir, Dalamar's body underwent a huge change. His body became much larger than before. Now, his 9-headed demon dragon form was even stronger than the ancient red dragon Hellfire Tyrant. It was precisely because of his physique that he was able to fight evenly with Bonators, and it was hard to tell who would win. However, even Dalamar had to admit that although there was no difference in size, his combat experience was lacking compared to the Hellfire Tyrant and the giant bull demon in front of him. If they continued to fight, the giant beast that would lose in the end would most likely be Dalamar and not Bonators. But this was only an if. Dalamar had never wanted a fair duel. He was prepared to play a dirty game. The 8 heads that stretched out from his back found an opportunity. With 4 heads in a group, they clamped down on the giant bull demon's arms. Then, he placed his sharp claws on the giant bull demon's head. Although he was unable to tear through the furry but extremely tough skin, he was able to stop the giant bull demon's horn attack. After waiting for this opportunity with great difficulty, Dalamar's main head immediately shouted, "Dragonhead Warhammer, fly over!" The weapon that had been cast with the giant transformation spell spun and flew over from the direction of the fortress. Daramar gently tilted his head and guided it towards the giant bull demon's chest. The ferocious dragon head on the hammer suddenly opened its bloody mouth and bit down on the giant bull demon's heart. Moo! Under the pain, Bonators couldn't help but raise his head and howl loudly. Using his arms, he lifted the 9-headed demon dragon. Dalamar let go of one of his claws and touched the handle of the dragon head warhammer. He used it as a lever and tore open the giant bull demon's chest. The bloody demon heart appeared in front of Dalamar. Without hesitation, like a falcon returning to its nest, his main head quickly drilled into the big hole in the giant bull demon's chest. Chapter 414. When Keyes saw a broken iron door, he knew that he had reached the end of his underground march. After digging out the last section of the collapsed tunnel, an indescribable stench hit him in the face. It was unavoidable. Covering his face with his sleeve, Keyes stepped out of the secret tunnel and entered the fortress that once belonged to him. There were bloodied collars, broken bones, thick iron fences, and piles of feces everywhere. Moving carefully to avoid the dirt on the ground, Quest cut open the fence, and when he got out, he saw a nameplate. Kennel. It was changed into a place to raise demon hounds. No wonder it's so stinky. After thinking for a while, Keyes decided on a plan. He should have thought about it more carefully, but the stench here was really unbearable. He quickly walked out of the kennel. At this time, in the demonic fortress, there were only a few blood-armored demons guarding the walls. There were not many demons guarding the fortress. Therefore, Keyes did not spend much effort to find Daramar's current residence, which was also the command room of the burnt-offering demon. According to the habit of the Batsu overlords, they would usually store some important but not too necessary things here. For example, some seals that could only be issued to certain departments. Generally speaking, those seals were for the use of the Batsu overlords to the lower-level officials. Keyes had given them to his companions. But for a demon Ba who had a strong desire for control, any action of dividing power needed careful consideration. And the process of thinking was usually very long. Even when the seals were covered with starch and changed color, they were still not issued. Quest was rather familiar with the temperament of the demons, so he boldly guessed that there might be 1 or 2 seals in the command room where the burnt-offering demon used to be. At the same time, because he had bought all kinds of information about Daramar, Keyes knew that the traitor did not seem to have much knowledge. There was a high probability that Daramar did not find the secret compartment where the seals were stored. As expected, moving away from the commander's seat and lifting up a piece of carpet, Keyes discovered a locked bronze box. The bronze box was a typical devil's storage device. The lock on it had lost its function due to the death of its owner. Without much effort, Keyes tore open the lock and carefully opened the bronze box. The collection inside could be said to be rich. A number of soul prisms, a variety of spellcasting materials, many personal books. The box itself seemed to have been cast with an internal expansion spell. The storage space was astonishingly large. Unfortunately, it wasn't a good time to check the spoils of war. The young blue dragon quickly found a few seals. Then he sealed it again and put it in his storage space for future inspection. Judging from the style of these seals, they should be the standard seals issued directly by the Expeditionary Army of the 9 prisons of Bader. Moreover, each seal seemed to have been toyed with repeatedly by the burnt sacrifice demon. There was a layer of burn marks on them. However, the handwriting on the seals was very clear. The densely packed infernal language was engraved very clearly. The reason why these seals could give Batsu authority was because of these words. They were the true names of the lesser devils, even if there were no magic undulations on them. As long as one held onto these seals, the devils with their true names engraved on them would be able to sense it. The only thing was that they had to be closer to those devils. Picking through them, Keyes found a seal engraved with the words Seal of the Hellscream, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Soon after, a burst of thick smoke rose, and the young blue dragon transformed from his human form into a pit fiend. I think he'll be more convincing like this. Sticking out his snake-like tongue, Keyes licked his lips and familiarized himself with the pit fiend's movements. The young blue dragon had transformed into a pit fiend of mirage. He had a single horn on his head, and his physique was much sturdier than the average pit fiend. In addition, he was a lord of Batsu, the mayor of Boomtown. If he didn't control himself, his body would naturally emit the aura of a greater devil. It wasn't a real aura, but more like a sixth sense. Even the lowly lesser devils could sense the degree of care that other devils received from Batsu's power. His explanation was simple and comprehensive. Right now, QYTH was more like a pit fiend from the inside out than a real pit fiend. This also meant that after Keyes left Daramar's residence, he didn't have to be wary of the Gorarms on duty. He swaggered through the stronghold, and any devil he passed not only wouldn't be inspected, but would even bow to him as a sign of respect. How dare you slack off like this? The sudden voice shocked the blood-armored demonic cannoneer, who was staring at the battlefield in the distance. He immediately grabbed his weapon. However, when he turned around and saw who was questioning him, he almost threw away the hell spear in his hand with a clang. My lord! Even though he didn't know when a pit fiend had appeared in the stronghold, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine when he saw the gigantic devil wrap his wings around his body and stare at him with eyes that burned like embers. Even if he had his suspicions, he could feel the care of Batsu's power on him. The Gorarms would never be wrong about that. The commander of the stronghold is simply messing around. He's fighting with an abyssal, but he's not calling for artillery support. In his pit fiend form, Keyes took a step forward, passing by the Gorarms who were trembling in fear. He raised his hand and slapped a hellscream. If you don't use these weapons now, are you going to keep them until they rust? Or perhaps you have slacked off. Turning his head slightly, Quest glanced at the group of blood-armored demonic cannoneers who had gathered over. His razor-sharp teeth bared as he said sinisterly, The captain of the Gorarms hurriedly stepped out of the crowd, bowing as he took 2 steps forward to stand in front of Keyes. My lord, may I ask if you're here to supervise military affairs? I've never been in a stronghold before. The huge pit fiend extended his palm and tapped the captain of the blood-armored fiend cannoneers. His life was at stake, and it was the most humiliating way for a devil to do so. He didn't even have time to cry out in alarm before he was forcefully stripped of the power of Batsu by the pit fiend's abyssal molding, turning him into a weak and disgusting lesser devil. Keyes then raised his foot and stomped on him, turning him into a pile of minced meat. Do I need you to run your mouth? P.S. Words below don't count. Thank you to Shoutang 246, Ink Journey, and Stargazing 1996 for their tips. Also, I've been listening to the opinions of some seniors, and I want to start a book group. I hope everyone can join in the fun. I'm just a newbie, and I've stepped on a lot of poisonous spots before, which led to the book's lackluster results. I want to change that. After all, I asked myself if this book was worth reading. Chapter 4:15. Do you have any questions now? The pit fiend spoke in Infernal. If you want to ask, then ask. I'm in a hurry. The blood-armored fiend cannoneers were silent in response. All devils would instinctively submit to Bator. Then we'll follow the rules. Just like the rain of fire that fell from the skies of Avernus, the pit fiend's arrogant attitude suddenly changed. He took out an item solemnly and solemnly. This is the credential issued by the Bator Expeditionary Army to dispatch you. Keyes showed the seal he'd found in the secret compartment of Dalamar's residence to everyone. He'd skillfully completed his performance. We'll follow your orders. The blood-armored fiend cannoneers did not dare to doubt him, as they could feel their real names engraved on the seal. Although Keyes could not order them to attack Dalamar due to the influence of the general flag, he only needed to express it in a different way. Then what are you waiting for? The young blue dragon, in the form of a pit fiend, roared loudly. Why aren't you providing artillery support? The so-called artillery support meant that Hellscream would cover the entire battlefield where the Devil army and the enemy were fighting, regardless of whether the enemy was friend or foe. This tactic was not foreign to the Batsa Devil. In fact, it could even be said that they were very familiar with it. On the front lines of the Blood War, it was common to see the Legion of Devils firing thousands of cannons in unison, turning the battlefield into a scene of hell. This was because all devils were immune to fire damage, while the Tana Re-Demons only had some resistance to fire damage. The only thing to take note of was that the cannoneers had to control the point of impact to prevent the shock waves and shrapnel from causing too much damage to the devils. This was not difficult most of the time. However, the one commanding the blood-armored fiend cannoneers to provide artillery support was Keyes. What are you afraid of? He waved a whip of flames, whipping the back of the blood-armored fiend that was carefully calculating the coordinates, leaving a bloody wound. Keyes, who had transformed into a pit fiend, roared, Bader's army isn't that weak. A few cannonballs won't kill them. Aim at your commander. Keyes reached out and moved the barrel. Can't you see that he's fighting the colossal bull demon? At this time, what we need the most is artillery support. Although he hasn't given the order yet, he definitely hopes that you can send the artillery shells to him. As a master of bewitchment who could deceive the judges of Yugros, the young blue dragon's words were extremely persuasive and logical. Hell's Roar's bombardment dealt AoE damage, which could effectively kill the huge Tana Re. Although Daramar was not a devil, after fusing with the Baler's heart, his entire body was wrapped in flames, and he was clearly immune to fire damage. On top of that, the pit fiend had taken out the seal used to command the cannoneers. The blood-armored fiends guessed that this was something Dalamar had left behind for himself. Therefore, they all obeyed Keyes' instructions and turned the muzzles of the Hellscream to aim at Daramar, who was entangled with the giant bull demon, and fired. Asterisk, rumble. Asterisk like a sudden clap of thunder. More than 100 Hellscream cannons seemed to burst forth with their fury at the same time. The artillery shells shot out, streaking across the horizon. At this moment, the entire battlefield could hear the deafening sound, except for Daramar himself, or rather, his main head. His other 8 heads had just grown out. Apart from being as nimble as his limbs, they had yet to develop consciousness. Thus, even if they could hear the sound, they could not allow the main head's consciousness to hear and obtain information. His main head was currently in the large hole in the colossal bull demon's chest, busily gnawing at the enemy's heart. Although the colossal bull demon was heavily injured, its sturdy muscles still clamped tightly around Daramar's neck, trying to suffocate him. Under Keyes' deliberate command, the blood-armored fiend cannoneers' shells mostly hit Daramar and the colossal bull demon. Already heavily injured, Pontours was unable to resist the bombardment of the artillery shells, and many wounds appeared on his body. The Hydra's situation was slightly better. When the shells landed on its thick body, they only managed to peel off a few scales at most. This isn't enough, Keyes thought to himself as he saw this scene. I need to give him something more. Worried that he would be noticed, he glanced at Buffett, who was fighting the blood-armored fiends. From the corner of his eye, that should be the beast monarch. But why would he come to the plain of Acid Fog Canyon? But since he's here, Keyes thought to himself, let's not leave. Boomtown isn't the only one that's lost in this battle anyway. Thinking of this, he patted the barrel of the cannon beside him, which was slightly hot from the continuous firing. Continue the artillery support. Don't stop. Afterwards, the young blue dragon diverted some of his attention, communicating with the exchange list of the stim game and quickly checking it. Beep. 10 rounds of impact oil shells have been exchanged. Cost 1,000 gold coins. Please check. The familiar voice rang out once again. Even in the noisy battlefield, the voice that reached Quest's ears was still very clear. Change to this new type of shell. After the exchange was successful, he immediately ordered, aim at Commander Daramar. Provide artillery support. Following his words, a total of 10 crates appeared beside him. Each of the crates contained an impact oil cannonball. Upon receiving the order, the blood-armored fiend cannoneers who were around Keyes hurriedly ran over. They were also the best at firing. They carefully took out the cannonballs from the box and filled them into the barrel of the Hellscream, which had already been pressurized with gunpowder. Fire! Mixed with the surrounding sounds of firing, the combatants fighting on the battlefield did not notice the new type of cannonball landing at all. However, when the round impact oil cannonball hit Daramar, who was working hard, a violent explosion suddenly occurred. The reason it was called an impact oil shell was because it contained many alchemical potions called impact oil. The nature of this potion was extremely unstable. It was safe to store it inside the shell, but when it landed on the 9-headed demon dragon, the shell of the shell instantly shattered into pieces. The impact oil was immediately activated, vaporizing and igniting at an extremely fast speed, followed by a violent explosion. Even though Daramar was immune to fire damage, the shock wave that came close to the surface of his body still tore through his layers of scales. Many of the wounds were deep to the bone. Compared to the pain of only having his scales torn off, the pain of having his flesh and blood disappear in the explosion was undoubtedly much more intense. He fiercely contracted the muscles in his neck and quickly pulled his neck out of the hole in the giant bull demon's chest. Who dares to hurt me? Chapter 4:16. Just as Daramar was roaring in anger, the insults that followed caused him to be enraged. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to say that he was enraged out of humiliation. In any case, Daramar was furious. His eyes that were stained with the blood of the gigantic minotaur opened once more in the darkness. The first thing he saw was a suitcase that was spinning towards his face. At the same time, not far from his face was a pit fiend that was laughing savagely. Because of the general's flag, Daramar knew all the information about the members of the stronghold. This devil before him was definitely not one of them. For safety's sake, he did not dare let the suitcase get close to him. Blazing flames shot out from one of the 8 heads, instantly focusing on the target. His other heads stared at the pit fiend not far away, preventing him from launching a sneak attack. Who ordered you to attack me? You. Leyland's eyes were fixed on the pit fiend not far away. Because Keyes had used perfect shape-shifting, Daramar was unable to see through the true form of the pit fiend in front of him. He wanted to ask some questions and use the devil's words to obtain some useful information. However, before he could finish, the suitcase that had been hit by the flames began to change. Hum, 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 3 consecutive sounds rang out, an extremely shocking prelude. Then, from the suitcase, which was actually a music box, an infectious melody began to play. The flames that the Hydra had spat out had not been able to harm it in the slightest. The music box that was in the state of mechanical fusion immediately changed shape. Turn courage into wings. Attack, violent, Megalosaurus. Hovering in the air, Keys could not help but voice out the background music that had left a deep impression on him from his previous life. The music box now no longer resembled a music box. The various parts were constantly spinning, deconstructing, and reassembling. Large mechanical dragon wings popped out from within, followed by a ferocious dragon head, and finally the complete body of the Megalosaurus. This was the first time this legendary construct had stepped onto a battlefield, occupying the center of the stage without hesitation. A legendary-grade construct. Although he was in the midst of a fierce battle with the blood-armored Demon Legion, Buffett still diverted a part of his attention to the situation of his mount, Panotis. Hence, he saw the appearance of the Megalosaurus almost immediately. Is it a partial derivative of Anisim, or a creation of Lord Singularity? The Beast Monarch guessed. It looks like it's under the command of that pit fiend. It doesn't seem like a chaos abomination, but a creation of order. As he thought of something, he could not help but gasp, and even his face became a little unsightly. Stim, that fellow. It was no wonder that the Demon Lord was so suspicious. The young blue dragon's craftsmanship was just too good, actually creating a legendary-grade construct. It should be noted that in the multiverse, those who could create legendary constructs were all-powerful beings. The Lord Singularity, that Buffett guessed was a big shot of the eternal neutral mechanical realm of order, and the Lord of the Demon's Burrows. Although there were rumors that the powerful god had died at the mouth of Orcus, killed by his last word, a demon lord of the Minotaur Kings, Level would not believe it at all. After all, the half-machine, half-flesh Demon's Burrows in the mechanical realm were still alive and well. Moreover, the divine agents of the Singularity were still active in some planes. Even in the bottomless abyss, Buffett should not be afraid of the threat of the Singularity. However, he still would not let his guard down. In his long life, he had seen many Demon's Burrows under the command of the Singularity throw themselves into bloody battles, aiding the devils in order to carry out the path of order. Perhaps this Megalosaurus that appeared now was actually a construct created by the god for some purpose. Fet Ihamar. He chanted a short incantation. He began to make preparations for whether he would fight or retreat in the future. Unlike the king of beasts who was knowledgeable but whose train of thought had deviated, Daramar, who was directly facing the clockwork dragon, paid more attention to quests. From his point of view, this construct in front of him was a summoned creature of the pit fiend, despite its magnificent transformation. The best way to deal with a summoned creature was undoubtedly to control its summoner, whether it was to kill or defeat it. The only problem was that it was not easy to deal with the summoner who had summoned this construct. After all, it was a pit fiend. Beep. Would you like to exchange for Netherio origin armor, damaged? Due to severe damage to the armor, it will cost 100 gold coins to maintain it for a third of an hourglass. Dalamar reminded himself, all efforts will be rewarded. He communicated with the exchange list to make the exchange. Because he'd spent an additional 10 gold coins, he'd even received a quick get-up service. The origin armor that had been repaired at the last minute was quickly put on the Hydra's body. The bolts that had been nailed into his body caused him some pain, and he couldn't help but roar, "I'll kill you, you little devil." However, this was actually a diversion. After shouting this threat, the Hydra quickly opened the bloody maw of its main head. Scorching acid gushed out from its throat, turning into a flood that rushed towards the Megalosaurus that had just transformed. With his limited experience, Dalamar knew that dealing with constructs was similar to dealing with steel golems. Ordinary flame breaths would not cause any harm to it, and were far less effective than acid breaths. Thus, he'd gained the upper hand by a show of strength, and then spat out acid to ambush his opponent. Unfortunately, he hadn't succeeded. After this attack, Dalamar had been about to launch a series of fierce attacks on the Pit Fiend Keys had transformed into. However, who would have thought that the megalosaurus made of clockwork and cogwheels only seemed to open its mouth, opening and closing it twice. A thick wall of earth suddenly appeared in front of him, completely blocking the nine-headed demon dragon's acid breath. Dalamar's gaze turned cold, just as he thought of something. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen where he was lying on the ground. One of the heads on his back immediately bent down to look at his abdomen, but all he could see was a sharp claw waving about. Ah! The nine-headed demonic dragon howled in agony. Although it wouldn't die, losing one of its heads was still excruciating. It was a heart-wrenching pain. Chapter 417. Thanks to the protection of the Origin armor, Dalamar's abdomen had been injured, but the injury wasn't too serious. What had truly caused him a lot of damage was one of his secondary heads being cut off. Even the fingers were connected to the heart, let alone a single head. Every head of the nine-headed demon dragon gave him an additional appraisal bonus when resisting the negative effects such as blindness, deafness, charm, intimidation, dizziness, and panic. On the contrary, Dalamar would be weakened with every head he lost. If he lost all his heads, he would immediately die. Without his wings, the Hydra could no longer rely on flight to avoid attacks from below like the Megalosaurus. However, his physique was far stronger than the average Megalosaurus, even by the standards of the ancient red dragons. Like a train that had deviated from its tracks, Dalamar immediately scrambled to retreat far away after losing his head. As cunning as he was, he made use of the nearby giant bull demons who were heavily injured and had difficulty moving to use their massive bodies as cover. This is a bloody battlefield. The Bator Legion should cooperate sincerely. After all, we're facing the demon Tanari. Dalamar tried his best to justify himself, as if wanting to use this as an opportunity to change the target of the Pit Fiend Summoner's attack. However, whether it was himself or the attacking Megalosaurus, they were no longer naive. They wouldn't be moved by simple words. Besides, Keys wasn't really like what Dalamar thought. He was a pit fiend from the Bator Legion that had come to supervise the battle. He'd brought Avengers with him, and there was more than one. The Spectre Dragons were residing in the body of the clockwork Megalosaurus, and had long since been unable to endure their thirst. You're a traitor who speaks irresponsibly. With a series of creaking sounds, the clockwork Megalosaurus roared in Draconic. It had fused with a music box with mech fusion, giving it the ability to speak. You will burn to ashes in the fury of the Megalosaurus. You will drown in the burning acid. You will beg for a quick death in the putrid swamp. You will fall apart in the merciless lightning prison. You will definitely perish in the cold wind. The spirit dragons cast their curses on Dharma, who was greatly shaken. Every single one of them did the same. Although these curses did not contain any magic elements, anyone could hear the endless resentment and determination in them. If he could not guess the origin of the enemy in front of him, Dharma would not have evolved from a green dragon into a nine-headed demonic dragon, but a multi-headed snake lizard. His intelligence wasn't that bad. The remaining 8 heads revealed shocked expressions at the same time. The 16 eyes were widened by Dharma at the same time. You are the remnants of the Megalosaurus army. The 9-headed demon dragon couldn't help but take a step back. Once again, He became cautious of the enemy before him and began to analyze the enemy's true background. The clockwork Megalosaurus tail, which was made of chains, was pulled out from the ground. Its serrated pincers were holding onto the ferocious dragon head. This secondary head of the nine-headed demon dragon had yet to lose its vitality. Its bloody mouth was still slightly open, as if it was struggling to escape. It's still quite lively. It's a pity to waste it. Thinking of something, Keys, who was hovering in the air, immediately used his psionic ability to communicate with the clockwork Megalosaurus that was crushing this head. The latter then swung its tail and threw the spoils of war high up into the air, throwing it at the young blue dragon as if it was a baseball. Oh, I'll leave that traitor to you guys. But remember to try out the new abilities of this new body. After getting Keys's approval, the clockwork Megalosaurus body was completely opened up to the spirit dragons, allowing them to do whatever they wanted. Following the spirit dragon's thoughts, as well as their unreserved soul power, the clockwork Megalosaurus body suddenly became noisy. A layer of cold frost began to appear on the armor plate made of Bartholomew, tightly sealing the energy in the body. The huge clockwork on its back, driven by the multi-stroke engine of Moradin, spun rapidly as if it was crazy. With the help of the spring taken from the mechanical realm legend, the surging heat energy was converted into potential energy, waiting for a certain moment to erupt. In the creaking sound of gears engaging, the wings of the clockwork Megalosaurus instantly transformed into two spinning chainsaws. After the preparation was completed, the armor plates on the two ribs of the clockwork Megalosaurus suddenly opened, and hot steam came out with a sizzling sound. Activate assault mode. Just as Keys looked on with great interest, his legendary creation moved from stillness and launched a fierce attack on the target of revenge. The huge clockwork once again spun wildly, but in the opposite direction from before. The potential energy that had accumulated to the limit was instantly released, transforming into surging power, driving this behemoth forward rapidly. In assault mode, the clockwork Megalosaurus seemed to no longer be weakened by the agility brought about by its size and weight. It was so agile that it made one's hair stand on end. At this moment, this legendary construct creature was like the kind of Kwai Kuling that was known for its agility, running faster than the speed of sound. Bang, bang, bang. In a series of sonic booms, the ground of the acid fog canyon was plowed into deep ravines. Moreover, the clockwork Megalosaurus did not turn at all, either because it did not want to waste time in assault mode or because it did not want to deal with the target. Without any detour, this huge construct creature directly pounced on the nine-headed demon dragon that was waiting for it. The first thing that came into contact with the enemy was not the fangs and claws of the clockwork Megalosaurus, but the spinning chainsaws that were transformed from its wings. Like a grappling hug, the two spinning chainsaws worked on the left and right, cutting toward Dalamar's neck from both sides with a buzzing sound. Even though he reacted in time, allowing the chainsaws to cut through the origin armor, the feeling of being shocked still did not feel good. Amidst the nauseating noises, the chainsaws and the origin armor began to compete, instantly bursting out endless sparks. You're courting death. The nine-headed demon dragon began to counterattack, its remaining 8 heads biting toward the clockwork Megalosaurus from different directions. However, this legendary construct creature was the first to crash into its chest, interrupting its words, and even breaking a few of its sternum. Corrosion spell. The nine-headed demon dragon, who was being attacked head-on by the clockwork Megalosaurus, immediately began to use magic abilities to deal with the enemy in front of it. Because it had many heads, Dalamar's casting speed was much faster than when it was in its green dragon form, and the strength of its magic effects was also increased. Within a few breaths, a faint red mist shrouded the huge body of the clockwork Megalosaurus, and the corrosion spell instantly took effect on the body of the clockwork Megalosaurus. Many parts that were not made of bartolite and other corrosion-resistant materials, especially some of the gears, began to rust, their strength greatly decreased, and then they cracked and fell off. It was only at this moment that a sly smile appeared on the face of Dalamar's head. It's time. After a few mutters, the muscles of the 9-headed demon dragon's severed heads suddenly swelled, and 2 new heads grew out. Chapter 418. Although the Hydra's counterattack was not flashy, it was simple and practical, especially for a construct creature. In the light red mist of the rust spell, the construct creature would disintegrate bit by bit every moment, and the damage would accumulate. Compared to before, Daramar was much more confident. He even had the mind to mock his opponent during the attack. "Are you lacking calcium? Your creator probably didn't give you a good set of teeth. Your scratches are weak." These taunts caused Daramar to suffer an even stronger blow than he had imagined. Due to some broken gears, the Megalosaurus' drill-like sharp claws could not rotate completely for the time being. However, the remaining rotating claws still worked tenaciously and easily peeled off Daramar's scales and thick skin. They knew the characteristics of the opponent. When one head was cut off, 2 would grow out, and each head would make it stronger. Even the spirit dragons that controlled the Megalosaurus's movements did not believe that there was no limit to this ability to cut off the head's strength. However, they would not cut blindly, at least not before they could cut off all the heads at once. The Megalosaurus changed its strategy. In the strong attack mode, this legendary construct creature was amazingly agile. The chainsaw that popped out from its back danced like a butterfly among flowers. Together with the rotating claws, the Megalosaurus created wounds on Daramar's body, making it difficult for the opponent to deal with. However, after evolving into the Hydra, Daramar's physique had been greatly improved. These wounds were actually not serious to him. As time passed, more and more pus flowed out from the wounds, and the broken flesh and scales were quickly glued together. At the same time, with 10 heads on his shoulders, his spellcasting ability had also improved greatly, although it was still not like Tiamat, where each head could cast different spells. The strength and chanting speed of Daramar's spells had become completely different from before. He could even provide some super magic effects to the spells he cast, like some legendary spellcasters. Spell Maximum, Gigantification. As the incantation reached the target, the dragon head warhammer that had been in the vice leader's mouth suddenly changed and rapidly expanded. Twisting his neck forcefully, Daramar held the hammer in his mouth and swung the dragon-headed warhammer, accurately hitting the Megalosaurus' sharp claws. However, this was not the end of the attack. The real killer move was actually hidden in the head of the dragon head warhammer. Clang, clang, clang. The ferocious dragon head on the giant warhammer instantly came to life and bit down viciously on one of the clockwork dragon's claws. Then, it quickly swallowed the dragon's claws into its mouth. The sound of metal being twisted suddenly rang out. Megalosaurus's entire arm hung limply on the ground due to the weight of the hammer. Taking advantage of this gap, Daramar grabbed his opponent's other intact arm and quickly moved to the side. Transfiguration. The 9-headed Hydra's secondary heads and necks turned into thick tentacles that coiled around the Megalosaurus's spinning springs, forcefully stopping it from spinning. Creak, creak. Although Daramar's tentacles had turned into a bloody mess, the Megalosaurus was obviously more affected. Under the effects of the rust spell, the strength of the gears and springs within its body decreased. Under the force breaking, they all broke and collapsed. The Megalosaurus was forced out of its assault mode. Caught you. After temporarily suppressing this terrifying construct, Daramar's main head stared at Keys, who was still watching the show. Little devil, I'll deal with you later. Daramar thought to himself. He'd already listed out a series of methods to deal with pit fiends. Once he disassembled this construct, he would put them into practice. When he thought of this, he no longer hesitated. He immediately leaned over the megalosaurus, using his abdomen that was covered in origin armor to suppress the clawed arm that he'd just captured. Daramar then stretched out his two forelimbs, grabbing the construct's head and twisting it forcefully. Let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. After the head of the clockwork dragon rotated nearly 180 degrees, many of the internal parts of the clockwork dragon exploded. The construct that had been attacking the Hydra ferociously just a moment ago suddenly collapsed to the ground, seemingly on the verge of death. Seeing this, Keyes couldn't help but shrug his shoulders. It's still not enough to rely on actual combat. It's a pity. I've watched more movies than you. Keyes calmly exchanged glances with Daramar, waving his hand kindly. Puffed. Before Daramar could react, the head of the clockwork dragon, which seemed to have been broken, suddenly opened its bloody mouth. Steel drill breath. Just like the alien that Keyes had seen in the movies from his previous world, a steel drill with a structure similar to the inner teeth of the alien suddenly shot out from the megalosaurus mouth, piercing through Daramar's chest. It's us who caught you, little traitor. This sudden upheaval made the Hydra terrified. He didn't care about tearing his own wounds and wanted to escape first. Unfortunately, not only did he not watch as many movies as Keyes, but he also played very few games. Blast take off. Daramar, who hadn't understood the meaning of this sentence, didn't have time to think. A violent explosion suddenly occurred below him. The Megalosaurus used its most powerful legendary ability, which it could only use once a week. Following the will of this legendary construct, half of its body turned into an equivalent amount of high explosives and immediately detonated. The shockwave, shrapnel, and heat would cause unimaginable damage to the enemy directly facing this explosion. The remaining body of the Megalosaurus was protected by the eternal ice, so it wouldn't be affected by the explosion. Although Daramar wasn't afraid of the high temperature of the flames because he was too close, the flying shrapnel and shockwaves still sent him flying. When he landed on the ground, he was covered in wounds. The Hydra's originally healthy gem-like green skin had now become much lighter, like a cup of chartreuse that had changed its quality. What was even more terrifying was that there was a huge hole in his chest, and his internal organs were blown into paste dripping out of his body. The explosion affected a wide area. The gigantic bull demons that had fainted earlier, as well as the blood-armored demons and Buffett, who were fighting, were all baptized by the shockwave. Even the walls of Fort Bator in the distance had a small part of it collapsed. The spirit dragons residing in the Megalosaurus body seemed to be shocked by the terrifying explosion, and their souls were constantly in turmoil. Keyes, who had escaped early, flashed back and used his psionic ability to communicate with the spirit dragons. Don't worry, this happens often. The spirit dragons. The following content will not be counted in the word count. Thank you to Stargazy 1996, Shouthang 246, Bookfriend 201905291712262230, Inktrip, and other big shots for tips. Your support is the motivation for the new author to work hard to update. Chapter 419. Suffering from the clockwork Megalosaurus's unique legendary spell, Explosion to the Heavens, Daramar had lost more than 90% of his life. Given enough time, with his powerful self-healing ability, he would only need half a day to recover some of his vitality. But Keyes, who was very immersed in the game, actually got itchy and brazenly snatched the 9-headed demon dragon's head. Of course, his actions were more subtle. Not only did he not use any physical attacks, he did not even use any damaging spells. Spell penetration Malicious transfiguration. Following the young blue dragon's incantation, the struggling Daramar instantly turned into an ordinary dragon beast with a poof. His internal organs were heavily injured, more than 90% of his bones were shattered, and he did not have the strong physique of the nine-headed demon dragon. What else could he do? There was only death. A mere malicious transfiguration took the life of the nine-headed demon dragon, as well as the legend of the evil dragon that had yet to be spread. Thus, almost like a trick, Keyes easily obtained the 2 general flags that floated out of Daramar's body after his death. He actually has 3 general flags. Looking at the gains in his hands, Keyes could not help but be secretly shocked. Although he had already guessed that since Daramar was able to obtain the authority to command the demon fortress, he had most likely obtained a general flag. But what Keyes did not expect was that apart from the general flag of the Legion of Devils and his own general flag of the neutral camp, this 9-headed demon dragon actually had a broken general flag of the Megalosaurus army. If he had not stopped here, this Daramar might have really achieved something. At the very least, he would have become one of the candidates for the final overlord. Keyes objectively evaluated his enemy. Although his opponent had already died miserably, the young blue dragon did not underestimate him at all. I underestimated him before, but I don't know how many participants like him are hidden in Stim's game. The sound of gears meshing and springs returning to their original position interrupted Keyes's reverie. A brand new clockwork Megalosaurus began to condense its body. Under the protection of eternal ice, the explosion just now did not harm the phantom dragon hidden in the legendary construct. When they recovered from their shock, they immediately began to use the legendary ability to repair the clockwork Megalosaurus. Ding! Killed the 9-headed demon dragon in a sneak attack. The mission Phantom Dragon's request has been identified. The reward is being issued. Ding! The Spectre Dragons will is bound to the Clockwork Dragon. Once the game ends, players can freely take it away. It was a familiar feeling. It wasn't a notification sound, but rather a divine power fluctuation that he had sensed before. It was coming from the Clockwork Dragon. Upon contact, Keyes could feel it. He began trying to learn something. He divine power, demon divine, and divine it disappear. Just as he had the epiphany, the elusive god of virtual games had used his divine power to modify the Clockwork Dragon. The effects produced by divine power were, of course, extraordinary. The Clockwork Megalosaurus had a completely new appearance. If it had been crude before, it now looked like a meticulously molded figurine. Not only that, but thanks to the omnipotent divine power, this legendary construct's body structure had also been optimized. Originally, the Clockwork Megalosaurus's body structure was slightly bloated due to some of its creator's lingering thoughts about multi-riveted steamed steel. However, under the improvement of divine power, many unnecessary parts were removed without hesitation, vanishing without a trace. The multi-stroke engine that had been abandoned by Moradin, the core power unit of the Clockwork Megalosaurus, had been greatly improved. At least it was no longer an abandoned defective product and would no longer malfunction easily. Apart from optimization and completion, the most obvious modification effect of divine power was that it had provided the Clockwork Megalosaurus with a second power system out of thin air. Previously, even though the Clockwork Megalosaurus had the Spectre Dragon's assistance and energy supply, at the end of the day, it was still the power of magic that drove its movements. If it were to enter the realm of death magic, or a positive energy plane that was more restrained against the Spectre Dragon, its energy efficiency would probably be greatly reduced. Without energy to drive its body, even if the Clockwork Megalosaurus was not a pile of scrap metal, it was just a good for show to scare people. The second power system provided by divine power, The use of fuel to power the multi-stroke engine had made up for this flaw for the clockwork Megalosaurus. As long as there was enough black oil as fuel, the clockwork Megalosaurus would still be able to maintain sufficient combat power and fight without hindrance, even in places that could be regarded as forbidden zones for traditional construct life forms. This is really a pleasant surprise. After learning about this improvement, Keyes could not help but feel a little excited. He had previously obtained a magical item called Olamoki's Bucket of Waste. As long as he offered some precious metals and gemstones, he would be able to exchange a large amount of black oil from the Earth elemental plane. Therefore, even if the clockwork Megalosaurus had become a big oil consumer, the young blue dragon was still not worried. After all, it had oil in its hands, and it was the kind that carried it everywhere. There were 2 flowers, 1 branch on each side. While Keyes was still calmly accepting his reward, the battle between the blood-armored demon army and the Buffett clan had already reached its climax. Although the general flag that Daramar had seized from the burnt sacrifice demon was quickly taken into the hands of Keyes, the sudden change in commander had still weakened the morale of the Batsu army. Under the powerful surprise attack of the demon lord, the formation that had been struggling to hold on could no longer hold on. Many of the blood-armored demons even wanted to retreat from the battlefield for the first time to avoid the ferocious Tauren in front of them. Beep! The blood-armored demon army's morale has dropped. If it reaches a certain level, there may be dispersal, mutiny, or other unfavorable situations. The familiar notification sounded, waking the young blue dragon from his daydream, and alerting him to the situation on the battlefield. All troops retreat. Provide cover fire. After thinking for a moment, Keyes gave his first order to the devils he'd just taken over. With the approval of their commander, the blood-armored demons felt as if they'd been pardoned. They decisively abandoned their defensive formation and began to use their powerful spells. Because they'd used a large amount of dimensional interference before, the space on the battlefield had been disrupted. Only the blood-armored demons within the army could use their companions as coordinates and alternately use spatial spells. As for Buffett, even though he was a powerful demon lord, he still couldn't compare to the legion of devils in this aspect. Cowardly little devils. The beast lord roared angrily, his eyes darting around in an attempt to find a few punching bags on the battlefield to vent his anger. Buffett saw the pit fiend that he'd been wary of before. It seemed to be advancing instead of retreating, spreading its wings and rushing towards him. Let me test your capabilities. Looking at the great devil that seemed to be provoking him, Buffett's battle intent surged, and his desire to kill exploded. Chapter 4:20. Finally, we have a competent commander. Back on the walls of the stronghold, the captain of the blood-armored fiends reassessed the situation and made a fair assessment. Although the demon's definition of loyalty was, at most, directed towards the implementation of the Bartholomew's concept of orderly evil. However, having served an incompetent commander like Dalamar, the blood-armored fiends were more inclined to approve of this new commander. After all, he wasn't just a powerful pit fiend, although he wasn't, but someone who could decisively charge to the front lines to fight against a powerful demon lord, bringing up the rear for the retreating troops. Quickly prepare the glory of Bader. If necessary, we need to reinforce the commander, the captain hurriedly ordered. The so-called glory of Bator was similar to the burning explosion of the Baylor demons. It was a secret technique of the blood-armored demon army. Every blood-armored fiend army had to have such a structure. There was no lack of devout worshippers of the 9 prisons of Bader. When fighting against the demons, the blood-armored fiends could pick out the most fanatical of them and give them a noble mission. There was no need for persuasion or bluffing. They only needed to tell the blood-armored fiend that they would contribute everything to Bader and clear an obstacle. The blood-armored fiend would gladly accept. Then, under the praise of the blood-armored fiends, he would evolve into a blood-armored berserk fiend. He was far more dangerous than an ordinary blood-armored fiend, especially to the demons he fought against. From the moment a blood-armored fiend was born until it turned into ashes, it would always remain in the state of unparalleled inferno. They would forget all pain, charging towards the demons fighting against the blood-armored fiends with bloodshot eyes. Even if they were injured, they wouldn't make a sound. Every time their spears pierced their targets, they would deal twice the damage as before. What was even more outrageous was that when a blood-armored fiend received a fatal blow, it would enter a temporary state of unparalleled. Even if it died, immediately the blood-armored fiend would still be able to close in on its opponent with the support of this state. Just like how an ordinary blood-armored fiend could explode with a maggot explosion, the blood-armored fiend would also explode upon death, and it was even more intense. The explosion after the blood-armored berserk demon's death was even more terrifying than the Baylor's incineration explosion. The maggots that emerged from its body would also inherit the characteristics of its host. They would also become explosive items that could be triggered easily. When a blood-armored berserk demon died, the maggots would quickly surge out of its corpse. It would not be long before it turned into a minefield that was about to explode. In order to create a blood-armored berserk demon, each blood-armored demon legion could only conduct a selection once a month. This selection was guaranteed to succeed. However, because Daramar was too unpopular, the blood-armored demons under his command did not have the resolve to die for him. However, whether it was Keyes' appearance as a pit fiend or his courage in facing Buffett alone, the blood-armored fiend approved of him. The selection ceremony went smoothly. All the blood-armored demons signed up enthusiastically, as if they were ready to die for their bosom friends. All the blood-armored demons who signed up emitted special energy waves. Through the ceremony, they communicated with the origin of Bardo. Not long after, the final result was revealed. The energy waves on the other blood-armored demons gradually dissipated, leaving only one blood-armored demon. It was wrapped in red energy, like a waterfall. Although it did not grow much taller, its physique had become much stronger. Its tangled and swollen muscles burst through the armor on its body. Every steel nail on its body seemed to have been carefully polished. They had become sharp, and the rust had disappeared. That Minotaur. The guard captain extended his arm and pointed at the target for the blood-armored berserk demon. Is Bardo's great enemy. There was no need for further words. Just the words Bardo's great enemy was enough to drive the blood-armored berserk demon into a frenzy. It wanted to tear apart the Minotaur's body immediately. With a whoosh, the blood-armored berserk demon leapt down from the city wall like an arrow leaving a bow. It broke into a run and ran towards the battlefield. Only after running halfway did it think of using a greater teleportation spell. At this moment, Keyes and Buffett were already engaged in a fierce battle. Clang, clang, clang. In just a moment, the young blue dragon and the beast monarch had clashed several times with their weapons. Sparks kept sputtering outwards, but both sides of the battle were unaffected. Keyes had just picked up the dragon head warhammer that Dalamar had dropped. After testing it a little, he chose to use it as his weapon. The animated warhammer, which would have attacked its master, seemed to have sensed that its user was a powerful, true dragon. It became extremely obedient. When Keyes and Buffett clashed with their weapons, the dragon head warhammer would always take the initiative to attack, biting and capturing the opponent's machete. It's really a handy weapon. Trying to communicate with the warhammer in his hand using his psionic ability, the young blue dragon took the initiative to send a compliment as a form of encouragement. After receiving the compliment, the dragon head warhammer worked even harder. When Keyes swung it, it even gave its user a hand. Because he used the Warhammer, with Keyes' progress in the Nine-Sword catalog, he could only use the martial arts of the Stone Dragon sect for the time being. This sect focused on the use of power, and defense relied on the connection with the earth. Stone Dragon sect, immovable mountain. Keyes' legs were like cast iron as he stood firmly on the ground. Even though the beast monarch's power couldn't be underestimated, it still couldn't knock him down to the ground with brute force. The recoil from every collision would follow Keyes' feet into the ground, and a large number of folds appeared on the ground around him. This was the essence of the Stone Dragon sect's martial arts. First, put yourself in an invincible position, then start to defend and counterattack. It coincided with the battle philosophy of some legendary-level warriors. Focus on offense and defense. Stone Dragon sect, ancient mountain hammer. Knocking away Buffett's machete from bottom to top, Keyes used the momentum to raise the dragon head warhammer above his head, and then smashed it down fiercely. Like a falling rock from a landslide, the dragon head warhammer smashed into Buffett's face, but strangely there wasn't the slightest sound of wind. The folds on the ground around him instantly disappeared, like a compressed spring, releasing the accumulated power to assist Keyes. Facing the incoming hammer, Buffett didn't have time to block it, so he chose to retreat. The young blue dragon naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. In fact, the Stone Dragon sect also had a corresponding combo technique. Stone Dragon sect, earthquake. Keyes' heels slightly lifted and fell, and the ground under his feet seemed to have sensed it, immediately responding to the Stone Dragon warrior's suggestion. The ground suddenly shook, and Buffett, whose center of gravity shifted back, couldn't react in time, and his two hooves staggered. Chapter 4:21. Bang! Moo! The warhammer accurately hit Buffett's face. The Tauren King's nose was broken, and he instantly let out a tragic howl. Rock dragon style, bone-crushing force. The terrifying force passed through Keyes' dragon head warhammer, not only crushing the flesh, but also the bones in the injured area. This was the secret martial art of the rock dragon sect. Its effect was far from as simple as harming the body, especially for a demon lord. Originally, relying on his own body and various self-healing abilities, Buffett could recover quickly even though he was severely injured. However, under the attack of the secret martial art of the rock dragon style, he was surprised to find that there seemed to be a special force hindering his recovery. Even though the bleeding had stopped and the bones had healed, the beast monarch's nose was still irreversibly deformed. "What did you do?" Buffett roared angrily. Because of his collapsed nose, his words sounded a little muffled. Keyes naturally wouldn't tell him that in order to get rid of this deformed state, he had to cut off the injured area and heal it again. Raising his warhammer, the young blue dragon stepped forward. If he wanted to know why, he just had to take a few more hits. Seeing the enemy approaching, Buffett hurriedly spat out a stream of water full of negative energy in an attempt to stop Keyes from attacking at close range. But because of his collapsed nose, the stream of water he spat out was deflected and perfectly avoided the target. The beast monarch, who was both shocked and angry, raised the machete in his hand. "I will take your life today. Your soul will give me the answer." Rock dragon style, giant spirit possession. The dragon head warhammer drew a wide and deadly arc with indescribable power, as if it was being used by a giant, and swung towards Buffett's machete. Among the various martial arts of the Stone Dragon sect that combine both offense and defense, this move, Titanic Spirit Possession, was one of the few offensive techniques that could be used in a wide-open manner. Only a martial arts master who had mastered the rock dragon style could swing his weapon in this way without losing his balance. Keyes practiced the Nine-Sword catalog diligently every day, Although he didn't become bald, he still became stronger and more familiar with using martial arts techniques. Ding! At an ingenious angle, the sharp horn of the dragon head warhammer collided with the blade of the machete, swinging it away from the side. The animated dragon head hammer seemed to understand its master's intentions. It cooperated with him and turned its angle, smashing into Buffett's wrist. With the previous lesson, Buffett immediately turned his arm into adamantine in order to prevent his wrist from being smashed and deformed. In this way, even if Keyes managed to attack the Tauren King's wrist, he would only be able to break open some of the adamantine skin. However, this was enough. Rock Dragon style, Dragon's Tooth. After his arm had turned into adamantine, his agility had been greatly reduced. The stone spikes that suddenly rose from the ground caught him off guard. Under Keyes's control, the tip of the stone spike was not aimed at Buffett's body, but at the handle of the weapon in his hand. Z-la. The handle of the machete clashed violently with the adamantine palm, and in the end, the machete was sent flying. Buffett had lost his weapon. Keyes raised the dragon-head warhammer, and the animated hammerhead popped out, catching the handle of the machete in the nick of time. Ironheart style, lightning throw. The warhammer was connected to the machete, and like a strangely shaped flail, it shot towards Buffett's face. The same attack, impossible. The beast monarch raised his adamantine arm to protect his face, but Keyes' attack was not what he thought it would be. The flail did not even touch Buffett's arm. The machete and the dragon head warhammer swayed for a moment, then rushed towards the real target, the horns on top of Buffett's head. The machete, which was ridiculously sharp, fiercely chopped into the original owner's horns, cutting almost half of its depth. The warhammer that came after completed the machete's unfinished work. It smashed into the broken horns and completely broke them. To be honest, this attack did not bring much pain to Buffett, but the humiliation it brought was even greater than before. The Horn King, with a broken horn, was even more embarrassing for the Demon Lord than the Beast Monarch with a flat nose. You will die without a doubt. Hot air spurted out from his collapsed nostrils, and Buffett, whose eyes were filled with blood, lowered his head and charged at Quith with his horns extended. Since his opponent did not have a weapon in his hands, he could use his horn to pierce through the body of this abominable pit fiend. However, he did not know that in the Nine Swords manual, there was a fighting style that specialized in throwing techniques. Keyes had also practiced it before. Twilight Flow, mobile defense. Keyes began to shift, switching from the rock-like rock dragon-style footwork to the similarly powerful yet rhythmic Twilight Flow movement. He was in a mysterious yet extremely logical state. Not only did he dodge the Minotaur Monarch's attack, he even found an opportunity to launch a counterattack. Twilight Flow, stellar transposition. One hand tightly gripped Buffett's remaining sharp horn, while the other knocked away his opponent's arm. His fingers dug into the gaps between his ribs, and he twisted his waist and sucked in his abdomen. Keyes led the Minotaur Monarch in a circle and threw him heavily onto the ground. Just like transplanting rice, half of Buffett's body was planted into the ground of the Acid Fog Canyon. The strength he had just mustered was all converted by Keyes's stellar transposition and used on himself. Of course, even if he did all this, Keyes did not have the upper hand in this battle. In fact, at the same time that he threw the Minotaur Monarch, the young blue dragon had also been kicked by his hooves. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, a muffled sound similar to when a stick hit soaked leather. A large bruise appeared on Keyes' abdomen. The sudden pain made him involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air and let out a soft hiss. Taking advantage of this moment, Buffett used his silent casting ability to cast a gigantism spell on himself. After his gigantism, the Minotaur Monarch immediately broke free from the ground. He shook his dizzy head slightly, but even so, this demon lord who had experienced hundreds of battles still used a rather rational tactic. Labyrinth. There were no supreme magic techniques, no superfluous spells. As this spell was invented by Buffett, it was almost impossible to be immune to the labyrinth spell. Without exception, Keyes was immediately banished and temporarily dragged into the endless labyrinth under the Minotaur monarch's jurisdiction. Damned little devil, let me add some seasoning for you. Buffett's labyrinth spell took effect, but he knew that his labyrinth could only trap the enemy temporarily. That crafty pit fiend might have some method to escape quickly. He had to immediately communicate with his own kingdom and mobilize the various monsters in the endless labyrinth to suppress the banished Keyes. However, you are Bateau's great enemy. Chapter 4:22. Being suddenly banished by the maze spell was obviously out of Keyes' expectation, but he was not the only one who was shocked on the battlefield. With a howl, the blood-armored berserk demon launched a ferocious attack, catching Buffett off guard. Whoosh! The hell spear cut through the air. Because the machete was not in his hand, the beast monarch could only dodge, but at the same time, he reached out and grabbed the tip of the spear. Bang! Bang! Almost at the same time, the two large monsters used their clenched fists to hit each other. However, Buffett was a demon lord after all, and he had the upper hand in terms of strength. His hoofs only took half a step back. The blood-armored mad demon was sent flying. Half of his chest had been hammered into mush, and even a few ribs were protruding out, piercing through his skin. Bah! Buffett spat twice and wiped his fist. Then he raised the spear that he had snatched and threw it at the new opponent with all his might. The hell spear pierced through the blood-armored mad demon and nailed him to the wet and loose ground of the acid fog canyon. I'll grant you death, weak demon. With a disdainful, sarcastic remark, Buffett stepped forward, wanting to stomp the enemy who overestimated himself to death. However, the blood-armored mad demon did not struggle. He did not even want to escape. Instead, he opened his arms and tightly hugged Buffett's hoof and thigh that fell heavily on him. The blood-armored mad demon was never afraid of death. In fact, they were even eagerly looking forward to this moment, because only at this moment the meaning of this demon's existence could be maximized. Thou art the enemy of Bateau. Even if he coughed up some pieces of his internal organs, the blood-armored mad demon had to say this sentence again. This sentence was very important to him. Ha ha! Are you begging for mercy? Yes, I am the enemy of Bateau. I am the nightmare of the Batsu people. Buffett was not omniscient, nor omnipotent. He had never seen the blood-armored mad demon before, so he naturally did not know the temperament of this demon. As he admitted something in a sarcastic tone, he used his hooves to stomp the heart of his defeated opponent into pieces. However, a shocking turn of events suddenly occurred. Under the trampling of the hooves, the blood-armored mad demon had turned into a pile of mush, but the mush once again climbed onto the opponent's body. Like maggots attached to the bone, the mush covered Buffett's body, and some even went into his nostrils and mouth. The beast monarch naturally would not be indifferent. In fact, he had already added a protective layer of negative energy on the surface of his body. However, just as he was about to detonate the negative energy barrier and remove all the rotten flesh, the blood-armored dire fiend's enhanced version of rotten maggot explosion was one step ahead of him. The mushes' bodies' bodies' S's. There's of S's of space. SSS was of his's, as not a single bit was wasted. Although the sound of the series of explosions was not very deafening, the several feet of land at the center of the explosion was enough to prove how powerful the maggot explosion after the death of the blood-armored mad demon was. Even with the beast monarch's strong physique, he still couldn't escape unscathed from such a violent explosion. His strong body was covered in black fur, and smoke kept coming out of it after the explosion. Buffett relied on his strong willpower to support himself and not fall to the ground. It's finally over. This damned day. The beast monarch's ears were still ringing with the buzzing caused by the explosion, but his mutterings were not obstructed at all and directly reached his slightly shaken heart. Even though he knew that although he was seriously injured, his powerful recovery ability was still working resolutely, he only needed to wait a little longer, and he would be able to recover his lost life. Even though he sensed that his beloved machete was actually thrown away not far away, as long as he walked over and picked up his weapon, he would once again have a suffocating combat power. But his heart was trembling. Demons had never been brave. Even a strong demon lord was at most a little more brutal than an ordinary demon. And this was not a rootless duckweed. The more brutal and savage a demon lord was, the more he needed to have the strength to match it. Just now, Buffett deeply felt the threat of death. For a moment, he was really worried that he would fall. Although he was only a clone of the real beast monarch, it was obviously not worth it to waste it in the acid fog canyon. He wanted to retreat. If he didn't retreat now, the blood-armored mad demon's army would probably not give him a chance to recover. Bonataz, Buffett began to summon his mount, wanting to call the colossal bull demon to leave with him. As the creator of Bonataz, he was very clear on how much resources he had spent on the colossal bull demon. It had been heavily injured by the Hydra and lost its heart. At most, it could only fall into a state of suspended animation to protect itself. According to Buffett's estimation, at least half of Bonataz's injuries should have disappeared by now. However, he did not receive a reply to his call. Even the unique soul undulations of Bonataz that he could feel just now seemed to have disappeared in an instant. At the same time, in the distance of this battlefield, in an unremarkable suitcase, an alarm clock rang out. With a series of creaking sounds, the Megalosaurus turned from a suitcase into a door, a light blue curtain of light enshrouding it. "You're finally back." Keyes, still in his pit fiend form, stepped out of the door. When he had recognized Buffett, the young blue dragon had paid extra attention to prevent him from using the maze spell. After all, the maze spell used by this demon lord was something that even weaker gods could not avoid. However, even though Keyes had left accurate spatial coordinates on the Megalosaurus body in advance, and with the help of the natural connection with his own creation, he still had to stay in the endless maze for a while before finding a way out. Fortunately, Keyes had returned in time. "Fortunately, you didn't leave." The young blue dragon suddenly smiled at Buffett. "Otherwise, if I sent out an invitation to a feast and didn't prepare enough food in the end, I wouldn't be a good host." As if in response to his words, a loud howl suddenly sounded from the corpse of the colossal bull demon Bonataz. Below not counted in the word count, thanks to Shoutang 246, Ordovision Radiation, Stargazing 1996, Taishang Shen-Yi, and the Super Fire-Breathing Dragon for their tips. The newbie author once again thanks everyone for their support and love. Chapter 423. The gigantic colossal bull demon turned into food for a group of hungry beasts and died silently on the battlefield of the Acid Fog Canyon. At this moment, Buffett finally understood why his mount didn't respond to his call. Bonataz was dead. As the howl rang out, his muscular body suddenly collapsed. Holes began to appear on the corpse of this powerful Tata re-fiend. The beasts that killed or devoured the colossal bull demon's flesh were like moths breaking out of their cocoons, drilling out from the surface of its body. Their bodies were soaked in the filthy demon's blood, and their sharp teeth were exposed as if they were telling what they had just eaten. What was most unacceptable to Buffett was that although these ferocious beasts had dragon-like heads, Their bodies seemed to be more like jackals. That was the appearance of creatures he hated the most. For thousands of years, he had even slaughtered countless Knoll tribes with his own hands. The creatures that looked like jackals always reminded him of his old rival, Yeenagu, who was always against Buffett. Could it be that these guys are related to that Knoll? Or could it be that this game is just a scam by Stim? Demons were never afraid to speculate about others with the most vicious thoughts, and the Demon Lord was one of the best. As soon as he saw the Yazzie that looked like a jackal, Buffett began to imagine wildly. He even began to suspect that the god of virtual games, Stim inviting him here, was an important part of another scam. And now he had fallen into the trap of his old rival. Of course, this had nothing to do with keys. The Yazzie was a magical beast that he had indirectly created. It was a powerful monster that was born from the remains of the Leviathan spawn that was killed by the demon worm. As early as a few months ago, after Keys had a fierce battle with Helmuter, the incarnation of the tyrant worm that had descended to the Ash world, he had conveniently thrown it into the abyss to hunt demons. At that time, because of this action, Keys had also received a gift from the Abyss Will and obtained a treasure that was enough to make the Demon Lord-level demons covet. A few days ago, when he returned to the Acid Fog Canyon Bitwall, he actually felt a familiar call from the unseen world. Moreover, compared to the Yazzie that had been thrown into the abyss before, this magical beast had multiplied into a group. They wandered in the abyss in groups, hunting the Dakri demons all day long and eating them as their own food. Because they had taken root in the abyss, the Yazzie had now evolved into an abyssal creature. The Yazzie's ability to hide all or part of its body in the astral plane had also undergone a corresponding change. It had become a plane covered by the power of chaos, and there was no restriction. This way, even if Stim blocked the Acid Fog Canyon plane and temporarily used it as his own gaming ground, he could not stop Quest from summoning the Yazzies in. However, Keys could summon the Yazzie, but it did not mean that he could make them work for him. In fact, except for the first Yazzie beast, which was an indirect creation of the young blue dragon and would spontaneously revere its creator, the other Yazzie could only restrain themselves from attacking Keys under the orders of their ancestors. If he wanted them to be obedient, he had to give them some benefits. As the saying went, the kindness of a meal must be repaid, and the grievance of a Yazzie must be avenged. This was the nature of this race, and Keys naturally knew it. When he saw the seriously injured Penotus lying on the ground, the young blue dragon had a plan in his mind. He began to call the Yazzie to come to the banquet. The appetizer of the banquet was naturally the giant bull demon. After eating this daiquiri, the Yazzie immediately responded more enthusiastically to Keys's orders. After all, by eating powerful demons, they did indeed benefit a lot. Stretching out his finger and pointing at Buffett, who was glaring at him, Keys ordered the Yazzie, "That will be your banquet." Hearing this, the Yazzie not only did not resist, but many of them even drooled. The more powerful the demon was, the more to their appetite. Even if the other party was a demon lord, the Yazzie would not back down at all. This was an instinct when facing food. Without any more words, Keys gave the target, and the Yazzie swarmed up and rushed crazily toward Buffett. The beast monarch, who had just recovered from the damage caused by the blood-armored mad demon's maggot explosion, and the shock, the latter was more than the former, fell into a great panic again. He could not understand why a monster of the abyss species could ignore the aura of a demon lord and wantonly show its sharp teeth to him. "You jackals who are only fit to eat carrion." A dangerous light flashed in Buffett's eyes. "You are really a damned race." Always paying attention to the game he had set up and observing the process of the game participants fighting for the ultimate overlord, Stim couldn't help but feel a little speechless after seeing the encounter of the nine-headed demon dragon Daramar and the Tauren King Buffett. The two of them were obviously closed beta users. Even if the game was really online, Stim still took care of them. Not only did he arrange for them to develop in relatively good conditions, but they were also not like the commanders in Bateau's camp who had to be harshly exploited at all times and were in a predicament of not being able to make ends meet at all times. But now these two closed beta users were forced to such a state by the same game participant on the same day. One had completely canceled his game account, and the other was on the verge of being forced to disconnect. If it was for his own benefit, Stim needed to try his best to ensure that Buffett could be the ultimate winner of this game. After all, he had already made a Styx oath before that after the game. He would give the priesthood related to the maze to the beast monarch. At that time, the game's reward and this oath that needed to be fulfilled could be mixed together, and he would be able to pass the game by deceiving his way through. But who would have thought that a talented game participant like Keys would suddenly appear? And his actions, whether it was using a large amount of game gold coins or building a boomtown to help him work hard, were actually in line with the core of the priesthood of virtual games. Not only was Stim unable to develop any ill feelings toward him, he even considered whether to give him some small gifts after the game was over. But if he did not deal with Keys now, then after the game was over, he was afraid that he would have to bleed once. The dignified god of virtual games was actually dragged into a dilemma by the game he had set up. Sure enough, mud can't support a wall. Looking at Buffett's current situation, Stim thought helplessly. Chapter 4:24. Classmate Telemus. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. SDYM uttered a common greeting in the abyss to express his dissatisfaction with his dilemma. Those new monsters seem to be existences outside the game. Their intrusion has disrupted the balance of the game. Suddenly, he had an idea. He thought of a way to weaken Keys without violating his priesthood. Banishing those monsters will affect the balance of the game. Just as SDYM was about to put his idea into practice, an obscure yet unprecedentedly powerful will suddenly descended. The will of the abyss. In a split second, the dwarf god's heart shook violently. He really did not expect, and was even more unwilling to think, that he would one day be watched by the true ruler of the bottomless abyss. Now, SDYM only had the intention to banish Yazzie, but he was warned before he could actually carry it out. If he really did banish Yazzie, it might trigger the hostility of the will of the abyss, as well as crazy and vicious revenge. No one dared to underestimate the will born from the origin of the bottomless abyss, not even the gods with great divine power. The chaotic and evil power contained in the bottomless abyss could even trace back to the incarnations of the gods and directly destroy their divine kingdom. Moreover, in order to set up a game that encompassed an entire plane, SDYM had now descended into the bottomless abyss with his original body. The will of the abyss only had to think, and the demons living in the various planes of the abyss would come in droves to fight SDYM to the death in an endless stream. In fact, in order to gain the favor of the will of the abyss, those powerful demon lords might even come for a share of the pie. SDYM knew that he was not that stubborn, and his small body could not withstand the ravages of the various big bosses of the bottomless abyss. Fortunately, he came to his senses in time. In fact, the moment the will of the abyss appeared, all the demon lords of the bottomless abyss had a realization at the same time. They could feel that in the power of the origin of the abyss, a strong will to destroy something had already taken shape. If SDYM had not stopped his actions in time and repeatedly showed weakness to that will, perhaps many powerful demon lords would have already walked out of the portal and sent their final greetings to him. After all, destroying a god that the will of the abyss viewed as an enemy, and this god wasn't that powerful, was too tempting for the demon lords who dreamed of becoming demon princes. A strong sense of defeat, an inexplicable sense of grievance, suppressed anger, all sorts of emotions surged in Stim's heart. a god who was in charge of games, could not even adjust the balance of the game. What were those monsters that looked like dragon-headed jackals? Were they related to the investors? Of course, complaining was just complaining. Now, even if Heironi's courage was transplanted into Stim's body, he would not dare to make a move against Yazzie. He didn't even dare to think about it. However, why would the will of the abyss protect a creature like Yazzie? This was actually related to the great wish they had made at the beginning of their birth. The Yazzie was born from a derivative of Leviathan that had been devoured by a demon worm. They were born to take revenge on the demon. The ultimate goal of all the Yazzies was the same. They wanted to devour all the demons in the bottomless abyss as much as possible. In the current bottomless abyss, although the demons of Tana were prosperous, their existence itself was extremely contradictory, especially those demon lords. Even if they ruled their own kingdoms with evil and violence, a kingdom was a kingdom. The emergence of classes meant the invasion of the power of order, and the more powerful a demon lord was, the longer they could rule, and the more solidified the classes in their kingdoms. As the origin of chaos and evil, the will of the bottomless abyss naturally hated any order, even those demon lords who were favored by it. The appearance of the Yazzie seemed to be a correction of the power of chaos against the power of order for the bottomless abyss. Although they wanted to devour all the demons and destroy the demon race, what did that have to do with the will of the abyss? Demons, the old playthings of the will of the abyss, had actually been abandoned by it. And destruction, even if the target was a demon, the will of the abyss appreciated this behavior. That was why the will of the abyss deliberately took care of the Yazzie and gave them the ability of chaotic transition to facilitate their predation on demons. Stim had previously thought that the sudden transition to the plane of the Acid Fog Canyon was a kind of violation of the rules of the game. They had to be expelled to maintain the balance of the game. However, it was precisely this idea of his that led to the arrival of the will of the abyss, because he thought that the Yazzie could not and should not appear in the plane of the Acid Fog Canyon. This idea in itself was a denial of the will of the abyss. This dwarf god had actually been on the blacklist of the bottomless abyss, and countless conspiracies had already been created around him. Although the will of the abyss seemed to have calmed down now, no matter what Stim did, he was actually taking a step forward on the road of destruction. Unless he immediately fled the bottomless abyss and found a place where the power of order flourished to seek refuge, the outcome of his destruction was already set. Stim was still too young. Even though he had lived for some years as a god, he still could not understand the nature of the bottomless abyss. He did not escape immediately. He was still paying attention to his game, trying to use a more reasonable method to deal with the problem. Yazzie, this kind of person who has relations with the abyss, cannot be targeted at the moment. With his legs crossed, Stim half reclined on the throne of his tyrant worm palace. He pointed at the few screens in front of him. But those worm demons of the neutral camp are also products of the bottomless abyss. There's nothing wrong with strengthening them. Moreover, Stim suddenly thought of something. After farming in the wilderness for so long, the players have not encountered the great dragon yet. Perhaps its hiding place is too remote. I have to give them a reminder. Moreover, the progress of the game is too slow at the moment. If we give those players who have the talent for farming too much time to develop, won't they flatten everything in the end? That won't do. We have to force them to encounter each other in the early stages and compete fiercely with each other at a poisoned circle. After all, the god of virtual games was the god of virtual games. As long as Stim was willing to think, he could come up with countless new ideas on how to improve the game every second. Dragon, poison circle. Many ideas were born in his mommy Lily's little head. As for the specific operation, time halt. Stim used his divine power to cast his psionic ability. All the creatures in the Overlord game were suddenly frozen for a day, except for the Yazi that he deliberately ignored, and the young blue dragon that was obviously related to it. This also caused Buffett, who was fighting with the Yazi, to suddenly become motionless under Keys's surprised gaze. Chapter 4:25. To others, Stim's psychic ability could perfectly fulfill his wishes, but not to a demon lord. In fact, Buffett quickly broke free from the effect of time stop, but it still took him half an hourglass to do so. And this was undoubtedly fatal, especially when he was facing a group of hungry Yazis and the young blue dragon who wouldn't let go of any opportunity. Despicable and shameless dwarf. This king of beasts didn't have a single piece of good flesh left. Dense scars covered his entire body. That was the result of the Yazis gnawing and the demon lord's strong recovery. What made him even more terrified was that his own machete that had the effect of stopping his wounds from healing was now stuck in his chest. A big hole was torn in his heart. Dong, dong, dong. Keys, who was unforgiving, had already put Buffett on the ground. He held the remaining bullhorn in his hand and swung the dragon head war hammer, continuously hammering on the huge bull head. The Yazi beasts buried their heads. Some continued to gnaw on the king of beasts' limbs, tearing apart his tendons that were constantly healing. Some aimed at his abdomen and the rat's throat, picking the softer parts to bite. To be honest, this was the first time Buffett felt that his super regenerative ability and his strong spiritual power that could quickly break free from the effect of Stim's psychic ability were a complete mistake. As a strong demon lord, from the moment he was born, he had always been the one who took the initiative to torture his opponents. Only this time, he was pressed on the ground by the enemy and tortured back and forth inhumanely. That feeling was worse than death. It wasn't that Buffett didn't think of resisting, but his tendons were constantly being torn apart by the Yazi. His muscles couldn't even muster up any strength. He wanted to use spells, even those that were as simple as eating and drinking under Key's relentless hammering and casting physical stun. He couldn't even form a complete thought, other than when he just broke free from the effect of time stop. Buffett cursed Stim. After that, he couldn't even speak a complete sentence. However, Keys was equally depressed. Why is this guy's head so hard? Even though the young blue dragon had amazing physical strength, when he smashed half an hourglass with the hammer like a pile driver, the recoil from the hammer still made his wrist feel a little sore. The only thing that made Quest gratified was that due to his continuous beating and the Yazi beast horde's continuous devouring, Buffett's body was constantly shrinking, even though he had a heaven-defying physical body recovery ability. As his body healed again and again, this evil demon lord's body was constantly shrinking. This beast monarch's body had already changed from the size of a small mountain to the size of an ordinary minotaur. Thinking of the opportunity to personally hammer and kill a demon lord, Keys's heart was once again ignited with motivation to support the work at hand. Nothing in this world is difficult, the young blue dragon encouraged himself. However, the next moment, he turned the already sluggish minotaur and warned fiercely, "As long as you are willing to give up." Like a sudden clap of thunder, Buffett, who had closed his eyes and stopped listening, suddenly understood something. His crooked mouth revealed a mocking smile. Giving up is indeed a good idea. Immediately after, the tormented beast monarch incarnation's eyes suddenly swelled, and his eyeballs began to spin. Damn, it can even work like this. Because he was worried that something unexpected would happen, Keys couldn't help but speed up the hammering in his hand. More and more collapsed marks appeared on Buffett's hard skull. PFFF. The dragon head hammer smashed into one of the Minotaur King's eyes, but this eyeball didn't burst. Instead, It fell off with a rolling sound and was firmly embedded in the dragon's mouth of the hammerhead. Furthermore, Buffett's other eye seemed to have popped out of its socket due to the force of the hammer being transmitted. Keyes reached out to stop it, but this escaping eyeball immediately sped up and escaped the young blue dragon's grasp in a flash. After losing both of his eyes, Buffett's physical body suddenly collapsed. Even the muscles that were already in the mouths of the Yazzie beasts began to turn into lumps of smelly bubbles. Soul imprisonment. Keyes was actually quite familiar with some of the tricks of the demons, so he immediately launched a spell to stop Buffett's soul. At least, he couldn't let this beast monarch escape so easily. However, although the spell was effective, it didn't have any effect. The demon lord's soul had already escaped this domain. That eyeball. Immediately realizing where the problem was, Keyes immediately stood up and wanted to intercept Buffett's escaping eyeball. But at this moment, a thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky of the Acid Fog Canyon plain, and the sound of glass breaking abruptly rang out. With his superior vision, Keyes saw that the eyeball that was the size of an ordinary person's fist suddenly disappear into a black hole that suddenly appeared. It turned out that Buffett had indeed chosen to give up in the end. He used his demon lord incarnation to sacrifice to the bottomless abyss. The will of the abyss immediately gave this Minotaur king feedback and helped him tear apart the fence that Stim had set up. There is nothing difficult in this world as long as you are willing to give up. I told you to give up resisting, not to give up this incarnation. The self-deprecating words sounded in Keyes' mind. The young blue dragon frowned and raised the dragon head hammer in his hand. Buffett's eye that was embedded in the hammerhead had also lost its vitality. It was like a black jade that was held in the mouth of the ferocious dragon. Head. I offended another demon lord. Keyes helplessly shrugged his shoulders. I only got a hammer in exchange. What a loss. Experiencing the frustration of its owner, the dragon head hammer suddenly made a buzzing sound, as if it wanted to prove itself. Following its noise, the machete that was stuck straight into the ground because Buffett's physical body had disappeared suddenly bounced up. The machete spun and slashed towards Keyes. The young blue dragon thought that this was the beast monarch's backup plan, and hurriedly raised his hammer to block. However, this machete wasn't actually attacking. At the last moment when it came into contact with the dragon head hammer, it took the initiative to pass the hilt over. With a soft ding, the hilt was caught by the animated hammer, and once again formed a strange shape of a flail. All right, I didn't get a hammer, but a second-hand flail that doesn't even look good. The animated hammerhead twisted its neck, and the machete suddenly disappeared into the Buffett's eye in its mouth. It turned its head and looked at its user with sad eyes, as if it was questioning Keyes. What right do you have to despise me? However, Keyes didn't pay attention to it at this moment, because the Yazzie beast herd had already surrounded it in the center. They didn't want to attack, but the Yazzie ancestor that was indirectly created by the young blue dragon came out of the crowd, holding two of Buffett's horns in its mouth and excitedly asking for credit. Well done. Keep up the good work. Keyes stroked the Yazzie ancestor's head with satisfaction to show his encouragement. The dragon head hammer was jealous. Chapter 426. After waiting for a long time, the game notifications still didn't sound. Obviously, Stim didn't approve of Keyes' action of defeating Buffett. The reward must have been cheated. Keyes, who never had any hope for the character of game developers, couldn't help but secretly complain. However, now was not the time to reason with Stim, and the young blue dragon didn't have the strength to argue with the gods. Fortunately, after this powerful demon lord was killed, some things were left behind. The machete, broken horns, Buffett's eye, and the graveyard that it had used before. These things were now all ownerless. Stim was too lazy to deal with them, so they were abandoned on the battlefield for Keyes to pick up. The graveyard can be left to Snader to deal with, and the horns of the Tauren King can also be used as materials for some magic items, but the machete and buffets I have now become part of the hammer. It's really a pity. Although Keyes had used the dragon head warhammer as his weapon in the battle just now, it was indeed quite convenient for him to use it. But the young blue dragon was actually very clear that he had completely exposed his identity as a megalosaurus in front of the demon lord. Otherwise, transforming into a dragon's body would be a better way to fight and more suitable for facing a strong enemy. And when he transformed back into a megalosaurus, using a hammer as a weapon, it would really be like playing with a hammer, and it would most likely be a burden. Even a small hammer would be good. It could also be used when repairing the megalosaurus. It's a pity that such a good material would be wasted. Looking at the dragon head warhammer, Keyes couldn't help but think of the fine gold longsword that he had left behind in the Ash world. That weapon was carefully made by the ogre weapon master, Neru, because it could no longer keep up with the young blue dragon's explosive strength. It had been reduced to a training tool. Compared to the fine gold longsword, the dragon head warhammer in front of him was undoubtedly made of better material. This could be seen from the fact that it didn't suffer any damage when it clashed with the demon lord's weapon. It was really a pity to let it sit idle and eat dust all year round. However, Keyes had no way to give it to his companions. After all, he could feel that the dragon head warhammer had become a living creature. If it did not recognize the user, it would launch a merciless counterattack. As if sensing the will of its wielder, the dragon head warhammer seemed to have made up its mind. It began to vibrate with a buzzing sound. The incomparably hard hammerhead was now like mercury that could be molded at will, easily changing its appearance. "Small hand hammer," Keyes exclaimed in surprise. Then, the dragon head warhammer changed again. Wrench, screwdriver, pliers, and hydraulic, file, chisel, the dragon head warhammer that constantly transformed itself into various metalworking items indeed delighted Keyes. And its constant transformation to cater to his needs made Keyes wonder if he had also encountered an Rhodes. Of course, this change was good and acceptable. It could be beneficial to some of Keyes's future plans. Therefore, Keyes was not stingy with his praise at this time. What an amazing ability! It seems that I will have to use a versatile tool like you more often in the future. It's just that. The young blue dragon hesitated for a moment and decided to remind the dragon head warhammer. Pragmatism is the first principle. Although the multiverse is indeed a superficial society, as a tool, the patterns you just transformed into are too complicated. Once again, the dragon head warhammer acutely understood the intention of its wielder. It began to become simple and unadorned. Finally, it turned into a hard-headed hammer that could be seen in any blacksmith shop. Nodding with satisfaction, Keyes did not put this weapon into his spatial equipment. Instead, he hung it on his belt and carried it with him. On the inconspicuous corner of the hard-headed hammer, a small dragon head opened its mouth and revealed a satisfied smile. After dealing with his gains from the battle with Buffett, Keyes bade farewell to the excited Yazzie beasts and promised them that he would summon them in time if there was such a meal opportunity in the future. The Yazzie beasts that received the promise thanked the young blue dragon one after another. Then, they used the Chaos Transition ability to leave the Acid Fog Canyon. In addition, Keyes also needed to take over the demon fortress that had been assigned to him. However, when he saw that the blood-armored demons stationed in the fortress had fallen into a daze, he realized that the entire Acid Fog Canyon plain was shrouded in an inexplicable energy. This is time halt. After carefully identifying it for a while, he used the knowledge from the inheritance of the great sage of gizmos to recognize the super-large range of psionic ability that Stim had used. He could not help but sigh at this dwarf god's generosity. An ordinary psionic warlock could affect hundreds or thousands of people, which was already the limit. However, this god could actually use his own will to distort the time flow of an entire plane. It was really amazing. Why am I not affected? He suddenly thought. And if it's because I also have the psionic ability and thus have a strong resistance to this kind of influence, then why are those Yazzie beasts not affected? Although the young blue dragon did not know that this was actually the result of the mediation of the super big boss, the will of the abyss, Keyes did not dwell on this question for too long, because he immediately thought of another question. What is Stim doing this for? Keyes definitely did not believe that this dwarf god would use up so much divine power on a whim. That god of virtual games. He is stopping the server for an update. The young blue dragon made his own judgment based on the experience of his previous life. Perhaps it was because I defeated Buffett that caused Stim to have no choice but to do this. But what will he update? One question after another, like a ball of tangled hemp that had lost its thread, stuffed into Quessa's mind. Perhaps it was the forward-looking wisdom of a creature like the Megalosaurus that caused him to give up on these questions in the end. Instead, he turned his thoughts to some more practical matters that needed to be solved urgently. After all, no matter what arrangement Stim had, it was actually his business. The best response was to make comprehensive preparations. Looking at the motionless demon fortress in front of him, Keyes thought quickly. A map marked with the various forces gradually formed in his mind. Suddenly, a burst of inspiration welled up in his mind. He looked at the clockwork Megalosaurus that was also in a state of stillness. The young blue dragon suddenly had an idea. Chapter 427. Stim's game update was announced to be completed in just one day, and all general flag holders received the notification at the same time. It was still the same familiar notification sound. Ding! The Overlord's glory has been updated and has resumed normal operation. All general flag holders, please take note that the game has changed as follows. A new mechanism has been added, Tide of Worms. After a period of recuperation, the tyrant worm that once ruled the plain of Acid Fog Canyon has returned. He will lead an uncountable number of worms and attack every commander's camp at random. Commanders can choose to stand their ground, but I don't recommend it. The tyrant worm is so angry, and its swarm is so hungry, so those commanders who choose to stand their ground will face more and more worms every once in a while. A more rational choice is actually to advance toward the final circle, which is the vicinity of the tyrant worm's palace in the Shattered Canyon. As the god of virtual games, I assure you that the tide of worms will only devour the commander's camp at the outermost perimeter. However, as you advance toward the final circle, the chances of you encountering each other will greatly increase, and this will undoubtedly make this competition more exciting. If you obtain enough general flags, you can even try to gather your forces and challenge the tyrant worm. Anyone who succeeds in the challenge will obtain the tyrant worm's treasure and plan a tide of worms against a competitor. Please believe me, this will definitely make it easier to become the Overlord. After listening to the lengthy and detailed introduction, all general flag holders in Acid Fog Canyon took action. No one would sit still and wait for death. Buffett, who represented the forces of the bottomless abyss, had already left the game early. Other than the tyrant worm of the neutral camp, the other commanders were all great demons from the 9 prisons of Bader. As warlords, they joined the blood war in order to obtain more benefits. It could be said that every Batsu commander was an expert in strategy and tactics and had countless battle experience. However, these great demons had long been in the military system of Bader and had long been used to relying on sturdy walls and reliable troops. When faced with Stim's friendly notification, they were even more used to seeing it as a trap. That guy definitely doesn't have good intentions. It's most likely that he wants to lure us out of the stronghold, and then take us down one by one. This was the first instinct of many Batsu commanders, and their deduction that Stim was up to no good was correct. Thus, apart from a few great demons with smaller armies and strongholds that were practically undefended, the other Batsu commanders all chose to defend their strongholds. Their reverse thinking, their actions. As for the weaker Batsu commanders, they began to form unreliable alliances. Of course, such an alliance with the demons would at most guarantee that they wouldn't stab each other in the back. Other than that, it was better than nothing. You bunch of lazy bastards, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, I'll demote all of you to lowly inferior devils. Barbarian was a mighty pit fiend, but he was still very young. Before coming to Acid Fog Canyon, he'd just celebrated his 20,000th birthday. Counting from the time he'd fallen into the 9 hells, he'd used less than 20,000 years to rise from an ordinary petitioner to a pit fiend. He could be said to have extraordinary talent, and his progress was godly. To him, life in the 9 prisons of Bader was like a fish in water. However, it was precisely because he was too young that he lacked some accumulation. The number of troops under his command wasn't that great. The other Batsu commanders were mostly lords of Batsu who had their own land in Bader, and Barbarian was just an amateur. Stim's notification had just ended, and this crafty great devil contacted a group of amateur commanders in the expeditionary army that he was familiar with. They discussed an offensive and defensive alliance. Our forces are relatively weak, so we must unite and deal with this sudden crisis together. Tomorrow, we will join forces. You may choose to enter my reef stronghold, and its authority will be open to all of you. I, the commander of the 9 prisons of Bader, swear to the great sticks that all the resources in the reef stronghold will be shared with all of you tomorrow. This was Barbarian's promise to the other leaders of the smaller warlords. However, the moment the alliance was formed, he immediately ordered his troops to set out, leaving an empty city for his allies. Of course, he left behind a lesser demon, combined troops, a broken shield, resource sharing, and open all permissions, directly removing all the magic restriction and taking away the resources after collecting them. Haha, what an offensive and defensive alliance. Barbarian had been able to become a pit fiend in less than 20,000 years, relying on the framework of the laws to constantly screw over his allies. He had no qualms about this at all. As for whether or not his allies would settle the score with him in the future, that would have to wait until they dealt with the worm tide. The long caravan moved forward quickly, leaving behind deep wheel marks on the loose ground of the Acid Fog Canyon. The devils in charge of pulling the carts not only had to struggle to drag them along, they also had to turn back from time to time to clean up the ground. That fish face is spitting bubbles again. Hearing Barbarian's reprimand, a spiked devil thought to himself in disdain. There were many devils who shared the same attitude as him. Fish face was the nickname the devils had given Barbarian. While Barbarian had advanced quickly due to his young age, he still retained some of the characteristics of his original race. He'd been to a few material planes where the sea was the main focus and had seen the Sharkmen race. They'd given him the name Fish Face. Of course, most of the devils only mocked him in secret. Anyone who dared to call him that, apart from the Devil Duke they'd sworn loyalty to, was already dead. The spiked devil pulling the carts left the carts by the side of the road, using its teleportation ability to return to the back of the caravan. It then followed the tracks of the carts, using its spiked claws to kick at them. "Do you need help?" A sentence in Infernal suddenly rang out in the spiked devil's ears. However, the tone was rather strange, and it couldn't help but look towards the source of the voice. "Command, intimidate, The sudden activation of the spell left the spiked devil unable to dodge, and he was instantly dumbstruck. Chapter 4:28. The skies of the acid fog gorge were filled with thick smoke. From the direction it was coming from, it seemed like the submerged reef stronghold had been burnt down. The tide of worms, Basaro muttered to himself as he gazed at his former stronghold. At the same time, he felt proud of his wise decision. The reduced visibility did not affect the vision of the devils. This group hurriedly moved forward, not stopping for even a moment. Standing up from his carriage, the pit fiend brought a few of his blood-armored bodyguards to the back of the convoy. They're still moving too slowly. I have to remind these lazy bastards. Find a spiked devil and demote it. Basaro pondered. He thought of a way to motivate his subordinates, and was about to put it into action immediately. However, perhaps today was the lucky day of an unlucky spike devil. The pit fiend commander's plan did not come to fruition. Asterisk bang. Asterisk at the front of the convoy. A huge rock suddenly flew through the air, smashing into a barbed devil scout and turning it into minced meat. The entire convoy immediately stopped in their tracks. All the devils took up their weapons on their own accord, leaning against the carriages to get into a defensive formation. Basaro, who had just chosen a spiked devil and had yet to make a move, immediately teleported into the center of the defensive circle with his bodyguards. There seemed to be only one boulder that was thrown over, and there were no more boulders that came flying over. Basaro had originally thought that it was an alliance that was preparing to ambush him midway, but the current situation did not seem like something the devils would do. Could it be that bastard Taz trying to rob us? The pit fiend commander thought of this possibility, and could not help but be speechless. In a land of chaos and evil, anything can happen. Actually, this could not be blamed on him. After all, robbing a Batsu army was too outrageous. Even if this army only had a mere 100 devils, it was not something a small group of demons could match up to. Besides, demons were chaotic by nature, and most of them would not be able to commit crimes in groups. It was most likely that they would act alone. However, what happened next made Basaro feel even more astonished. What demon bandits? It was clearly just a few trolls. Who gave them the courage to attack him? Basaro's interest in his opponents was piqued. He could not even be bothered to give orders, and only glanced at his blood-armored bodyguards. Get rid of those who block the way. The blood-armored demon bodyguard captain roared. The barbed demons who were acting as scouts rushed out. Although they didn't feel sorry for the death of one of their comrades, they were still prepared to use the cruelest methods to deal with the ogres to prove the strength of their race. After all, a useful devil was a good devil. It's been a while. Blue, the ogre patted his brother on the shoulder. As usual, I'll attack first, then you attack. Nalu nodded. Brew opened his gourmet box and picked out a handful of iced mint leaves. He tossed them into his mouth and started chewing. The cold sensation stimulated the gourmet's mouth and taste buds. It resonated with his keen senses. Frost breath. He patted his belly, and a gust of cold wind burst out, howling as it enveloped the demon scout that was charging over. Then, as if he had thought of something, Brew stuffed some more pepper seeds into his mouth. The slight numbness stimulated the tip of his tongue. Ma, by Chi, eat paralyzing gaze. All the barbed demon scouts who made eye contact with Brew were instantly affected. Their movements became sluggish and deformed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Blue the ogre, who couldn't hold back his desire for battle, pounced on the enemy in front of him. Nalu didn't use ebony spikes. Instead, he held 2 steam-repeating crossbows in each hand and began his frenzied slaughter. Ordinary people couldn't even lift the steam, repeating crossbows with both arms. However, in the hands of the ogre, who was much larger than his peers, they were like small handguns. It was effortless for him to hold one in each hand. Steam gushed out of the small steam boiler. Not only did it pull the bowstring taut, but it also rotated the rotating wheel that acted as the magazine. Do-do-do, do-do-do, do-do-do. Nalu only needed to aim. As long as he pulled the trigger, the steam-repeating crossbow would fire continuously until the magazine was exhausted. In order to deal with the lower world creatures more effectively, the arrowheads of the crossbow were plated with a layer of shiny silver. Puff, puff, puff. One had to admit that the seemingly reckless Nalu had an astonishing talent in using all sorts of weapons, even if they were shooting weapons. He didn't even need to aim carefully. Based on his intuition, most of the arrows would hit the barbed devil scouts in the face. Some of them even pierced the eyes of the enemy. The steam boiler and the silver plating of the arrowheads caused the rough skin of the barbed devil scouts to be as white as paper. These devils that didn't have the right to wear cold steel armor fell to the ground one after another. Even if they were just despicable barbed devils, Basaro couldn't remain indifferent. His shark-like face was even more sinister. All troops attack. Having said that, the pit fiend commander raised his serrated blade and teleported to the front of the formation in an instant. He viciously slashed at the ogre Nalu. Voodoo! Slime trap! The ogre shaman Palu waved his newly repaired troll's skull staff as he saw the situation, and immediately went to support his brother. Viscous liquid spurted out of the troll's skull's eye holes. The pit fiends were flanked on both sides, causing them to hesitate. Fireball! Basaro used his spell-like ability, attempting to use a fireball to blast away the slime in front of him. However, he was still a step too late. A puddle of slime still managed to get onto his serrated blade. The brown slime soaked Basaro's palm, and his straight slash became stiff. The slightest mistake could make a huge difference. He slashed diagonally in front of Nalu, but didn't injure him in the slightest. Asterisk bang. Asterisk at some point, the ogre had tossed the steam-repeating crossbow in his hands to the ground and replaced it with an ebony chain. He stabbed it right in front of Basaro's shark-like face. The pit fiend commander's nose caved in, blood and broken teeth splattering in all directions. His huge body fell backwards. Hurry up and support the commander. A strange, infernal voice rang out beside Basaro. He glanced at it from the corner of his eye. It was a spike devil expressing his loyalty. I'll recommend this fellow to the promotion ceremony later, the pit fiend commander thought to himself. Chapter 429. Just as Basaro was considering adding a drumstick to a certain discerning spike demon in the future, something unexpected happened. Maximum spell, soul shackle, maximum spell, amber seal, turning himself into a spiked fiend. The Demolic Snade easily approached his target. He extended his spiked arm and pointed at the pit fiend commander with lightning speed. As a creature of the lower realm who had soul and body as one, Basaro was affected by the soul imprisonment spell. His body immediately became stiff, and his entire body revealed a gray color. The amber seal strengthened this effect, and a large amount of pale yellow liquid appeared around the greater devil's body. They quickly fused with each other, and soon formed a sealed hole that firmly trapped the pit fiend. Snade then transformed back into his original form. All the devils present, including the pit fiend trapped in the amber crystal, looked at this mechanical humanoid creature made of gears and springs with astonishment. Unlike a country bumpkin who judged a book by its cover, the Batsa Devil could see through the souls of living beings. They could see the dense aura of death on the steampunk half-lich's body, as well as an extremely dense mana. This is a strange-looking half-lich. Many of the more knowledgeable devils came to the same conclusion. First, the three ogre brothers had pretended to rob him, and then Sneyd, who'd been hidden in the devil's army, had decisively used a spell to ambush the commander while Basaro was brandishing his blade. In the end, the three ogre brothers and the steampunk half-lich had successfully accomplished their goal and captured a pit fiend. "I'll take over this army when I return." Sneyd's mechanical prosthesis drew a circle, and a portal that was sizzling with sparks was suddenly formed. Then he hurried to summon Neru, who still wanted to slaughter Fish-Face Barassa's army. After all, the target he'd captured was no small matter. He couldn't be sure how long his amber seal would be able to imprison the pit fiend. If there were any mishaps midway, the most important part of Keys's plan would be delayed for a while. Fortunately, Blue and Palu were present. While Nalu might not have paid attention to the half-lich's instructions, he was always willing to listen to his brother's advice. What was even more fortunate was that Sneyd had underestimated the effects of his spell. The pit fiend that was trapped in the amber seal was unable to break free in the end. Like a frozen fish on a chopping board, Basaro was finally delivered to Keys without a hitch. This scene was very similar to when the young blue dragon had subdued the half-lich. It was a pity that the pit fiend's outcome was different. In Kartha's plan, the pit fiend was just a tool. What he coveted was the wishing spell that could be used once a year. "Hammer," Keys called out, calling out the new name he'd given to the warhammer. "Turn into a saw blade. Make it as sharp as possible." Upon receiving the order, Hammer immediately followed its master's instructions and turned into a long saw. The teeth of the saw glinted with a faint blue light. Dangerous captives needed to be kept in check. If he wanted to restrain the pit fiend, Keys had to be even more prepared. Without opening Basaro's seal, Keys took Hammer and began to chisel away at the amber crystal. He sawed off the pit fiend's long horn, then cut open its skull and performed a craniotomy on Basaro. As the patient undergoing the operation, the archdevil didn't have any anesthesia. His skull was opened by Keys while he was conscious. He carefully inserted a music box, a clockwork megalosaurus that was in a state of mechanical fusion, into Basaro's brain. After repeatedly confirming the pit fiend's condition, Keys used the adhesive prepared by Palu and a healing spell to complete the operation. Keys then chanted an amber seal to dispel the curse. The hard amber crystal melted in an instant, flowing to the ground. "What did you put in my head?" Basaro immediately asked as soon as he was freed. Since he'd just regained consciousness, the pit fiend knew very well what the young blue dragon had implanted in his brain. He didn't dare to attack Keys for the time being, nor did he dare to casually use a greater teleportation spell. "It's nothing," Keys smiled. "I just need your help, and it's not even worth mentioning." He then used his psionic powers to project the power of the clockwork megalosaurus self-destruction into Basaro's mind, letting the pit fiend know that he could blow apart his skull at any time. As the most powerful Batsa devil, the pit fiend's physique and regenerative abilities were strong enough to suffocate mortals. However, no matter how strong they would still die tragically if their brains were blown apart. Moreover, due to his physique and recovery ability, the process of death would be infinitely prolonged. Even though the Abyss wasn't like Bator, where devils had a certain chance of survival after death, having their brains damaged, and then being reborn in Bator meant that a drop in power was inevitable. Basaro didn't want to die, nor did he want to drop in power. When he heard Keys' words, he hurriedly asked in an attempt to negotiate, "Who are you, and what do you want me to do? If you can capture a pit fiend alive, what else can stop you?" The pit fiend unknowingly used the devil's speech technique again, even though his life was now in Key's hands. His questions were specious, containing many facts that he'd already guessed. He just wanted to get confirmation from the young blue dragon. However, Keyes had read Kanini's notes and had a deep understanding of how devils thought. Bassaro's little trick couldn't fool the young blue dragon. "You really are a devil." Keyes seemed to shrug his shoulders helplessly, but he still spoke bluntly to Bassaro. "I just have a small wish, and I need you to help me fulfill it." The pit fiend furrowed his brows, because he thought of the hidden meaning in Key's words. "You need me to use a wishing spell?" He clapped his hands with a smile, and the curtains next to the experiment table slowly opened. A huge device filled with brass pipes and hydraulic plugs, made by Keyes himself, appeared in front of Bassaro. Chapter 4:30. I need you to use the wishing spell. Looking straight into Bassaro's eyes, the young blue dragon gave his command. He snapped his fingers, and the pit fiend could hear the sound of gears grinding in his brain. "If you dare to object, misinterpret, or mislead me, the device in your brain has been activated, and you can go boom at any time." The threat was self-evident. In truth, the reason Keyes wanted to kidnap a pit fiend was because these devils had the wishing spell. The wishing spell was one of the most powerful spells in the common schools of thought, and those who could grasp its essence were as few as the morning stars. If this spell was used in battle, and if used properly, it could even kill a Terraski. However, very few people would do so, because using the wishing technique in battle was, to use a word to describe it, simply a reckless waste of natural resources. Ordinary spellcasters who wanted to use this spell not only had to use up an astronomical amount of materials, they also had to deliberate for a long time, trying their best to come up with a wish that did not contain any loopholes. For a pit fiend, it was much easier for them to use the wishing spell. This was a spell they were born with. They could only use it once a year, and most of them would only reluctantly use the wishing spell that was full of loopholes when summoned by mortal spellcasters. However, there was no doubt that the pit fiends were experts in this field. Even in the entire multiverse, there was no creature that could surpass the pit fiends when it came to the success rate of the wishing spell. Keyes and his magic consultant, the Demolic Snade, could use the wishing spell, but they still could not compare to the pit fiends. "I need you to make a wish for this engine to be able to operate normally for at least 100 years without damaging the strength of the materials. At the same time, the increase cannot be less than 50% of its original efficiency." The young blue dragon stated his request in a concise manner, and then explained the technical parameters in detail to Bassaro. However, the pit fiend was still confused. He could only guess that Keyes was preparing some sort of secret weapon. In fact, there was nothing wrong with saying that, because once this engine worked properly with sufficient power, the Bator fortress under Kitha's control could become a Toad City. A few days ago, the young blue dragon had moved all of Boomtown's personnel and resources to the newly conquered fortress. After emptying the warehouses of the nine-headed demon dragon and the burnt sacrifice demon, Keyes built a giant platform with crawlers. Then, the craftsmen in the army worked together to reinforce the stronghold. Finally, the stronghold was placed on the moving platform. The only thing that was lacking was a powerful enough engine. Similar to the Clockwork Dragon, the engine built by Kith would not be able to withstand the weight of the mobile platform and Bator Fortress if it was not improved. It was just for show. In the beginning, Keyes flipped through Stim's exchange list, looking for a replacement engine. But even if there were some of Morden's creations, none of them could make Fort Bader move freely. He had no choice but to change his train of thought and start improving the existing engine. Fortunately, this was a world with magic. In a situation where all his attempts were ineffective, Keyes decisively chose to use a wishing spell, directly improving the engine's efficiency from a conceptual level. I wish. Baylor began to speak. Under the joint supervision of the young blue dragon and the Demolic, Barasa had no choice but to recite the specific contents of his wish. The two powerful spellcasters who were proficient in the language of Inferno checked every word of the great devil's words to prevent him from carrying any personal information. There were no dazzling rays of light, nor was there any deafening sound. When the pit fiend used its annual spell-like ability, only obscure magic waves lingered in the air for a long time. Unlike mortal spellcasters, the pit fiend's spell-like ability would definitely succeed if it was not countered. In just a few breaths' time, the engine began to change. The brass pipes began to distort and become thicker. Gaskets to increase airtightness appeared at the joints of the various hydraulic pistons, and an unknown lubricant seeped into the transmission rods and bearings. The wishing spell has been completed. Hurry up. As a spell-like user, Barasa immediately ascertained that benediction had taken effect. He immediately wanted to ask Quest to release himself, even if he had to pause the ticking countdown in his mind. Unfortunately, Keyes had not made any promises before. The young blue dragon waved his hand, and the pit fiend left the command room that was occupied by the huge engine, heading to a more spacious area outside. Then, the clockwork megalosaurus that had been stuffed into Baylor's brain in the form of a small music box suddenly transformed. The small metal music box spun rapidly, pieces of metal changing their shape as they spun, rapidly expanding into the shape of the clockwork megalosaurus. The pit fiend's brain was instantly ground into a pile of mush. The great devil did not even have the chance to grunt before he lost his life. His eyes bulged, and yellow and white liquid flowed out of his face. Mr. Snader, Keyes immediately obtained the pit fiend's general flag the moment he died. He immediately ordered the Demolic, bring some people to take over this guy's army. We'll set off tomorrow. Shortly after, the young blue dragon teleported back to the command room. He could not wait to start the engine so that his traction city could move. Fill the black oil. Keyes sat on the control panel, picking up a brass pipe to communicate with the Gorarms in charge of guarding the black oil warehouse. The Gorarms opened the lids of barrels of refined black oil, pouring it into the pipes that had been set up long ago. It flowed towards the engine's combustion chamber, acting as fuel to support the engine's operation. Looking at the various scales on the dashboard in front of him, Quest reached out his hand and grasped a handle with a metal sphere. Crackling electric arcs appeared in the combustion chamber. The black oil that had been compressed and turned into oil mist was ignited in an instant. The expanding gas pushed the pistons, using the transmission rods to convert the chemical energy into kinetic energy. Listening to the rumbling of the engine, Keyes carefully checked the various instruments, hoping that nothing out of the ordinary would happen. That was the only way he could proceed with his plans. He had to bring his city to outrun the poison. Chapter 4:31. They skinned the skin, pulled out the tendons, dismantled the bones, with Snader as the chief surgeon, Paulu as the main assistant, and Keyes as his assistant. They worked together to disassemble the pit fiend's body that had not dissipated after Bassaro's death. They then placed it in a pile of minced meat. It had been 2 days since traction had been activated. After 2 days and 2 nights of testing, the huge stronghold named New Boom Town was gradually approaching the shattered gorge. 2 deep trenches had been carved out of the ground by the huge caterpillar tracks. Liquid with the smell of sulfur seeped out of the soil, accumulating in the trenches and forming many acid swamps. To ensure that the caterpillar tracks weren't overly corroded by the acid, the blood-armored fiends would order the laborers in Boomtown to descend with grappling hooks and iron ladders to clean up the rust bit by bit. The spellcasters would then cast steel restoration spells. Apart from this problem, everything else about traction was normal. With its outstanding heart, the mobile city quickly traversed the various terrains of the acid fog gorge. It was precisely because of this that Keyes had the opportunity to experiment with new ideas. They also began to dissect the frozen Basaro. To be honest, it wasn't just Keyes who was new to this. Even the Demolik, who was extremely experienced in dissection, and the Ogre Lich, who had astonishing talent, found this task to be rather troublesome. Although the necromancer's school of thought had some knowledge on the anatomy of creatures from the lower realms, as well as relevant experimental examples, the majority of the necromancers were mostly low-level creatures. However, most of the test subjects of the spellcasters were lower-ranked devils and demons. There was no guarantee that no one had ever used a high-level dissection material like a pit fiend before. At the very least, Sneyd couldn't find any records of it even after searching through the ancient records. Without precedent, mistakes were unavoidable. When dissecting the shark-like fangs, Sneyd had cut off the venom glands. The demon chill that sprayed out from the venom sac had covered half the laboratory. As he didn't know that pit fiends had 2 hearts, he'd removed one for Paru's case, and the remaining one had turned into shattered crystals because he hadn't dealt with it in time. It was all thanks to Keyes, Paru, and Sneyd's bravery. Had it been any other ordinary person dissecting Baras's body, they might have been put down by this dangerous experiment. After much effort and learning many lessons, the powerful pit fiend was finally dissected by the 3 of them. The only complete pit fiend's heart was still beating after being soaked in Marlin's liquid. The light but abnormally sturdy bones were placed one by one on the experiment table. The pit fiend's skin that had been completely peeled off was now hung on a special drying rack. The rest of the flesh and organs had been sorted out by the Demolik and placed in different containers for safekeeping. After doing this, Keyes took out a flask from his spatial equipment, pulled out the cork, and took out one of the Leviathan's egg sacs soaked in the nutrient solution and placed it in his palm. This was an essential ingredient for creating a Leviathan derivative. As long as there was enough nutrient solution, the small Leviathan's egg sacs could quickly develop into a Leviathan derivative. He then reached into the beaker with Marlin's liquid and grabbed the pit fiend's heart with his bare hands. While it was still in its original state, he immediately stuffed the Leviathan's egg sacs into the arteries of the heart, pushing it into the greater devil's heart with his fingers. Looks like it's a success. The temperature of the pit fiend's heart was extremely high, but the Leviathan's egg sacs did not burn. Instead, when the heart was squeezed, it split into several petals like a flower. Thin but sturdy tendrils popped out from within, piercing into the pit fiend's heart like an old tree that had taken root countless times faster. They quickly spread and grew, beginning to devour and absorb the greater devil's heart. "I'm hungry," just as the Leviathan's egg sacs completely enveloped the pit fiend's heart from the inside out, following the natural spiritual link between the blue dragon and the pit fiend. The half-finished Leviathan derivative continuously sent out signals that it wanted more food. "The pit fiend's blood, flesh, bones, and skin are all yours." Keyes, who had long since been prepared, immediately replied, allowing the half-finished derivative to devour the materials on the experiment table. "If there's still not enough, let me know in advance. There's plenty of nutrient solution." Having received its master's instructions, the half-finished Leviathan derivative, which had already turned into a muscular meatball, let out a joyful mood. Thousands of tendrils popped out from its body once more, accurately wrapping around the food that Keyes had given it and dragging it back into its body. Chewing sounds that made one's teeth ache rang out from the bulging white meatball. However, perhaps because the quality of the food was higher and the nutrients within were more abundant, the Leviathan absorbed it very quickly and soon became silent. Since the Leviathan's body had the blue dragon's self-adaptability, after absorbing the greater devil's flesh and skin, the derivative actually grew thick and short, fin-like limbs, as well as the thick scales of the pit fiend's skin. Coupled with its oval-shaped trunk, Keyes actually felt that the Leviathan derivative actually looked a little silly, as if stimulated by its contrasting cuteness. The young blue dragon, who was standing beside it and observing its rapid growth, suddenly had an idea. He took out the shark-shaped Barassa's head, placing it on the Leviathan derivative's thick shoulder. As if adding the finishing touch, the Leviathan derivative that had been simmered with special materials actually opened its shark-like mouth, quickly inhaling air from within its body. Its body began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. Due to the fusion of the pit fiend's heart, the air was heated to a very high temperature as soon as it was inhaled, and the Leviathan derivative slowly left the ground. Success, the young blue dragon said with satisfaction as he looked at his newest creation. With traction, we need a ghost face fish. Although traction and the ghost face fish had appeared because Keyes missed certain memories of his past life, it wasn't entirely a joke. With traction, all of Keyes's forces would have mobility, and they could hunt to their heart's content in the current plane of the Acid Fog Canyon, a huge hunting ground. With the Ghostface fish, his scouting radius would undoubtedly increase greatly, and it was equivalent to having an extra pair of eyes that could be used for navigation. Chapter 432. Our hanger used to be a glorious Yakong angel. He bowed to the darkness for a long time and served as the eye of the light. Back then, as a surveillance oracle, he was different from the Mastiff Yakong, who often served as a heavenly scout. Our hanger had to lurk in the 9 prisons of Bader all year round to spy on the demon's lair. However, that was all in the past. Now, he had changed his appearance and started to serve Bateau wholeheartedly. He had become a fallen angel. However, the habits formed over tens of thousands of years were not easy to change. Our hanger was still obsessed with those ancient techniques, and he often studied and improved on them. Garin root, scarlet nane root, human heart, troll fat, nightshade, hellcat feces, salt of nothingness. Our hanger carefully weighed the materials in his hand. The ebony wings trembled slightly with our hanger's movements. It highlighted how careful this fallen angel, who was only 5 feet tall and weighed about 120 pounds, was at this time. Yes, I also need some death crowflower juice. Suddenly, he thought of something. He once again put some new seasoning in the big cauldron in front of him. The turbid soup, which was like the color of expired cheese, instantly became clear. He gently crushed a dry leaf of cinerea and sprinkled the fine leaf dregs on the surface of the liquid. A thin layer of smoke rose from the clear soup in an instant. All the dry leaves evaporated due to spontaneous combustion. It's done. Although he had made it countless times, our hanger could not help but feel happy every time he succeeded, because this was his pleasure, making poisons, especially deadly poisons that could threaten the lives of the underworld. It should be known that such a potion was rare. Any pharmacist with some knowledge would know how difficult it was to make it. Whether it was the Thanner Re-Demon or the Batsa Devil, ordinary poisons could be called drinks for them. But our hanger's poison was different. The potion he made was equally effective and even more deadly to the underworld creatures. This former monitoring oracle relied on his unique skill to repeatedly thwart the schemes of some powerful beings in the lower realm. At the same time, he also saved his own life many times. In the end, he was promoted from an ordinary sub-sky angel to a legendary creature by the gods. Now that he was trapped in the plane of the Acid Fog Canyon and at the mercy of the god of virtual games Stim, Archangel did not want to sit still and wait for his death, which was why he prepared more poisons than before. Removing the cauldron from the magic furnace, he poured all the brewed medicinal liquid into a large test tube that he had prepared in advance and covered it with a cork. After that, he placed it on the test tube rack that occupied the entire wall of the potion laboratory. Countless test tubes were displayed in the room, gleaming with a dazzling light. These were the preparations Archangel had made to deal with the upcoming tide of worms. Among all the commanders who chose to defend the camp, he was one of the most resolute and clear-cut ones, because he didn't believe Stim's warning. The reason why Archangel betrayed the heavens was that he recognized the hypocrisy of the god he had served. Although he heard Stim's warning, he still stubbornly believed that it was a word game played by the gods. The brightest of hearts often appear in the darkest of environments. The fallen angel stretched his wings and moved his neck that was sore from the long hours of brewing potions. He muttered to himself, and the most depraved actions are often hidden in the most noble slogans. Compared to the time when he used the darkness as his disguise, he now regarded the darkness as his ally. Hiding in the sturdy fortress of Bator, Argansko made him feel extremely calm. Stim's suggestion of escaping to the shattered canyon always brought back memories of his previous wandering. The legendary fallen angel firmly believed that it was another trick of the gods, but he still made a lot of preparations. Compared to the other purebred Batsu commanders who constantly strengthened the walls in an attempt to passively defend against the incoming tide of worms, Archangel chose a more active and suitable method. He had concocted a poison that could poison an entire plain. And the terrifying thing was that other than Archangel and some particularly powerful creatures, none of the creatures in the Acid Fog Canyon, including the Batsa Devil, could resist the attack of this poison. The fallen angel did not have a good impression of his subordinates. He did not believe in the loyalty of these demons. Coincidentally, the Batsu had similar feelings toward Archangel, which native Batsu would believe in a fallen angel. The pipe in his mouth emitted a faint light. The spiraling smoke shrouded the captain of the barbed demons, who was criticizing the commander in a low voice. Those guys were originally heavenly creatures. Balls, the leader of the fallen angels. Even now, he is still plotting against the great Lord Nessus, the king of 9 hells. This was a group of barbed demons who were chatting. They wanted to mention a name, but did not dare to say it completely. Barzub referred to the Duke of Flying Insects, who ruled the 7th floor of Bateau. He was originally a powerful and handsome king of angels, but he fell into hell because of his arrogance. Later, he was demoted for plotting to assassinate the king of 9 hells. After the failed operation called Paying the Bill, Barzub became a slug. Even though Archangel was not Barzub's subordinate, he was also from the king of angels, and the native Batsa Devil under him had no respect for this leader. Although these demons were not only bound by the hierarchy of Bateau, but also by the general flag signed by Stim, they still secretly disobeyed Archangel's orders. The commander of this fortress and his subordinates appear to be united, but are actually divided in the clouds above Archangel Sko Fortress. A small airship was quietly sailing. On the deck of the airship, Keyes was holding an instrument similar to a phonograph speaker in his hand and carefully listening to the information sent. At the feet of the barbed demon scouts, an ordinary stone was placed there, but there was a lot going on inside. Not only did it wrap a lead-acid battery, but there was also a twisted pair of brass sound receivers that were sending electromagnetic signals. Just as Keyes wanted to listen to other information before driving the ghost face fish back to Bateau, an alarm bell suddenly rang in his earpiece. Someone attacked Archangel Sko. Chapter 433. It was not human beings who attacked the fortress of Arhangelsko, but thousands of worms and demons that covered the mountains and the plains. They seemed to have appeared out of thin air. No one saw how these guys gathered, and their vanguard reached the border of the fortress. Vrak, Hezru, Fisher, Glabrizu, Six-Armed Naga, Cambion, these parasitic worms and demons whizzed across the rough ground, letting out soul-stirring howls. Every fiend worm was a moving worm nest. Countless acid mist worms lived in it, entering and exiting it. Because of the pain of parasitism, these demons' faces were always pale and distorted, and their color was very similar to expired absinthe. Even if the demons had a powerful recovery ability, they would die tragically and humiliatingly if they were parasitized for a long time. At that time, the acid mist worms living in their bodies would begin to fight to the death. Finally, the acid mist worms that devoured all of their kind would rise from the corpses of the dead demons and evolve into true worm demons that were very similar to their previous hosts. Although the real worms could not have the profession level of their previous hosts, they could perfectly inherit the physical strength of their hosts, including the various magic abilities of the demon race they belonged to. Not only would they not be parasitized by the acid worms, but they could also control the actions of the acid worms to a certain extent. Therefore, as long as these real worms were in the acid fog canyon, their strength would gradually and steadily increase, and they would eventually become the ruling class. Of course, due to the different models of the hosts, all kinds of real demons would also be divided into different levels. The demons that crawled out of the Dretch could not be stronger than the demons that crawled out of the Glabrizu and the Hezru. As for the powerful Six-Armed Naga and Baylor, the worms that were born from the power of these top demons would eventually be promoted to the top demons, such as the Scourge Swarm or the Sky Walker. They would directly serve the Tyrant Worm and lead the group of demons. At this time, in the insect tide that swept towards Arhangelsko, there were no powerful real worms. At most, there were some guys similar to Glabrizu commanding the army. However, under Stim's deliberate indulgence and the Tyrant Worm's manipulation, these guys were in high spirits. The sight of the fortress of Arhangelsko was like the sight of a hermit crab in a suitable conch. They wanted to invade, parasitize, devour, and turn Fort Bardo into a breeding ground for even more devil worms. Clang, 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 clang. The cymbals sounded the warning signal, and all the Batsu devil immediately stopped what they were doing and rushed to the designated assembly square. The iron door of the dungeon was opened by the bone demon guards. The blind, deaf, and bloated demon slaves swarmed out of the dungeon with kitchen knives and wooden clubs in their hands, walking in an endless stream towards the designated direction. In the tower at the center of the city, Arhankel, who habitually hid himself in the shadows, coldly watched the low-level demons as they prepared for battle. He had no intention of interfering. Once Bader's war machine was in operation, the commanders generally did not need to issue any orders except for an emergency retreat. They were all the gears and screws in this violent machine. Even if some of them were damaged or lost, the demons would have long prepared a replacement plan. Toot, toot, toot. The trumpeter holding the inferno horn blew the prelude to a tactical counterattack. With the accompaniment of the whip, the Inferno Legion began to respond to the devil worms that dared to attack the fortress. Due to the cultural difference between Arhankel and the other demon commanders, the walls of Arhangelsko were not as high as the traditional walls of Fort Bardo. If observed from the sky, this fortress looked more like a flower spread out on the ground. Layers of petal-like bastions protruded outwards, complementing the stamen-like towers in the center of the fortress. Facing the devil worms that swarmed towards them like a tide, the middle-level and low-level Batsa devil captains all chose the same tactic. They opened the secret door in the ravine outside the bastion and urged the bloated demons to take the initiative to greet the enemy trying to prevent the enemy from directly attacking the fortress. At the same time, the war machines were all pushed up to the top of the fortress and aimed at the devil worms that were attacking the most fiercely. They did not hesitate to give them a heavy blow to stop the surging attack. This was the Batsu Legion's favorite hammer and anvil tactic, and it was a complex one. They used the bloated demons as the anvil. If it did not work, they would rely on the bastion walls to stop the attack. The war machines were the hammer. If the demons broke through the phalanx of the bloated demons, the Batsu Legion would be the ones to die, with the order imprinted in their bones. Every army in Bader's camp could skillfully master the hammer and anvil tactic and execute it perfectly. Of course, this was also a last resort. After all, in terms of the number of troops, Bator, which only had 9 planes, did not have as much resources as the Abyss. Looking at the whole multiverse, the total population of the Batsu people was probably less than a fraction of the demons. On the other hand, the demons' tactic had always been to win by numbers, swarming and defeating the enemy. The commanders in Bader's camp had long been used to this, so when they heard Stim's warning about the tide of worms, they did not find it strange. It was nothing more than more demons, and it was nothing more than the consumption of war resources. They believed that with their well-trained troops and high walls, they could always defeat the tide of worms. But would the truth be as they thought? In the outer defense circle of Archangelskog, the concentric circular ravines, thousands of bloated demons and thousands of devil worms clashed. Relying on their thick fat as armor, these Batsu slaves and the vanguard of the devil worms were locked in a fierce battle. The real devil worms, mixed in with the devil worms, were waiting for an opportunity to lead a team to break through. They tried to attack the city wall, but they were met with heavy artillery fire. Even if they were unwilling to give up, they still could not move an inch. With his keen vision, Archangel, who was sitting on the top of the tower, could clearly overlook the entire battlefield. Seeing this, he could not help but feel a little suspicious. Is this the tide of worms? Why is it not as threatening as an ordinary demon siege? It seemed that the truth was just as many of the Batsu commanders had expected. The so-called tide of worms was just an ordinary demon siege, and it was not even threatening enough. Chapter 434. There must be something fishy going on. Sitting on the seat on the flight deck, Keyes steered the ghost-faced fish to the north, quietly, hiding in the brown sulfur clouds of the acid fog canyon while thinking to himself. After installing Balassa's head, the ghost-faced fish had sharp eyes that could see through invisibility and camouflage. But after a long investigation, there were no sky walkers nearby. Keyes, who had seen the 3-dimensional combat mode of the demon worms, naturally did not think that the attack on Archangelskog Fortress was the so-called tide of worms because the intensity of the battle on the ground was too low to warrant Stim's warning. Since he did not want to be discovered, he could not use magic for detection. He could only try his best to receive the radio signals from the ground and try to distinguish the whispers of the demons. The worms have been defeated. Idiot! Those are worms, not worms. Worms in the infernal language refer to the scythe-worm beasts that live in the Bartholomew wilderness. Shut up, you stupid new recruits. No noise on the battlefield. Where are the military police? I want to report them. Gathered in the square, many bats of devil began to whisper, because they were bored of waiting. This also showed their deep disdain for the weakness of the tide of worms at the moment. But just as the Batsu devil guessed that the farce of the tide of worms would end soon, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed dramatically. Almost in an instant, the bloat devils, who were the anvil, were slaughtered. A real demon worm with 6 scimitars suddenly jumped out, like a real 6-armed snake demon. This guy waved his scimitars and danced a dance of death. like a hot knife cutting through butter. The powerful demon worm used his scimitars to cut through the thick fat on the bloat devils' necks. These miserable Batsu slaves were beheaded. As they fell, a large gap appeared in their defensive position. Limited wish. Many true devil worms that were born in the body of the Glabrezu took action at the same time, performing the spell-like abilities that the original host was most proud of. Those war machines had exposed their positions because they opened fire. At this moment, they were all targeted by the limited wishing spell, and problems occurred one after another. The barrels of the Hellscream cannons exploded. The screws on the catapults cracked. The bowstrings of the ballistae snapped. The defensive weapons on the fortress walls misfired one after another. In the meantime, the tide of worms had new reinforcements. The Tana, Re-demons, even the weak Dretches, all had the talent ability to summon Tana, Re. The same was true for the real demon worm that inherited the body of the original host. In the past, this ability was usually used to satisfy their feeding needs. But now, it had become the trump card of the demonic worm army. In addition, they had the support of the demon lord and the dwarf god behind them. Basically, all of their summons would be answered. As a result, the number of demons on the battlefield had doubled in just a few breaths. The defense system of Archangel Sko seemed like it was going to be difficult for them to continue. Panic began to spread among the soldiers of Batsu. The chaos that was even more unbearable for the demons appeared among them. Don't act rashly. Form a dense formation. Rely on the defense facilities of the bastion. And block those damned Tana Re. Many demon captains issued similar orders. They tried to establish order to reverse the unfavorable situation at this time. Others who were more quick-witted quickly reported to their superiors, hoping to get strong reinforcements from the fortress commander. Archangel, their willpower is shockingly low. In the shadow of the top of the tower, Archangels used his ebony wings to cover his body. He witnessed the whole process of the tide of worms and was disappointed with the performance of his troops. They lacked discipline and the courage to die generously. When this fallen angel found that the first wave of Batsu's troops had been defeated, he finally could not bear it and brazenly took action to reorganize the discipline of the army. Gently jumping down from the tower, Archangel used the ability of Shadow Leap to catch up with the team that had retreated from the battlefield. He used his sharp steel swords to punish the captain of the team. Those who retreat will die. Archangel raised the head of Batsu that he had beheaded and issued a stern and straightforward threat to all the soldiers under his command. When he stabilized the formation a little, he immediately teleported to the tower where his war room was located. He took out a long key from his ebony wings and inserted it into the keyhole of the seat. With a soft click, the key and the mechanism clicked together, and several magic runes that indicated that they had passed the verification lit up on the back of the seat. In the potion lab hidden deep under the tower, the test tube rack that stored the poison suddenly emitted a burst of electric current. All the test tubes that were hit by the electric current immediately shattered. The poison instantly flowed out, and the heating magic circle on the floor of the potion lab immediately took effect. Bright red magic patterns covered the ceramic floor, and the high temperature that was enough to set anything on fire instantly filled the entire lab. On the ceiling and the surrounding walls, multiple hidden vents began to work at the same time. The poison evaporated due to the high temperature, and the fatal gas was sucked out through the ventilation ducts. Several towers located in the center of Archangel Sko suddenly rose a lot higher. Their tops slowly opened like flowers, and colorful smoke rose from them. Change the weather. Standing in the center of the tower, Archangel used his innate ability as a high-grade subaerial angel. Violent winds swept out, from the center of Fort Bator, carrying poisonous smoke in all directions. Without the help of the blower and the wind, the poisonous smoke, which was heavier than air, began to slowly fall as soon as it reached the walls of the fortress. Colorful clouds fell from the sky and shrouded the demons that had rushed to the top of the walls. The moment they came into contact with the poison, even though the demons were naturally resistant to poison, the poison that the legendary level fallen angel had meticulously concocted was not something to be trifled with. Asterisk plop. Asterisk, asterisk plop. Asterisk, the demons fell to the ground one after another, painfully pulling at their throats. In the end, they could only whimper and die miserably. Only a few worm demons saw that the situation was not going well and immediately used advanced teleportation spells to leave the range of the poisonous smoke. They were lucky enough to escape and save their lives. Haha, I still have my old skills. Chapter 435. Just as our hanger was laughing heartily, the attacking worm army gave the proud fallen angel a good lesson. The rough ground suddenly cracked, and several burning skywalkers leaped up from the underground tunnel and soared into the sky. These powerful worms that were born from Baylor demons opened their huge mouths and sucked the poisonous mist into their stomachs. After doing this, the burning skywalker looked like a drunkard as he staggered towards Fort Bardo and sprayed out the poison that had condensed into liquid in his body. Any Batsa-Devil that came into contact with the poison would immediately follow in the footsteps of the Tana, Redevils, and collapse to the ground. Even if they were immune to ordinary poisons, they still had no resistance to this poison that had a different mechanism. Our hanger's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this scene. Although the fallen angel did not care about the life and death of his Batsa-Devils, he still needed them. Our hanger Sko also needed these devils for defense. Evasion, Shadow Realm traversal, like a drop of water falling into the ocean. Our hanger, the former oracle of surveillance, instantly vanished into the shadows. Using this method, he arrived behind one of the Skywalkers much faster than flying with his wings and suddenly launched a ferocious attack. Dual sword style, Aedo Yindenglu. The fallen angel drew his swords with a swipe of his hands. The two fine steel longswords that were enchanted with the sharpness spell were parallel to each other. Using gravity and the great strength given by his arms, he launched a fierce slash at the burning Skywalker below him. Although his movements were fast, they were silent. While slashing, his tensed wrists were constantly vibrating. The blades of the swords were constantly changing back and forth, adding an additional tearing effect to the slash. Chila! The burning Skywalker's back exploded in an instant. Two rough sword marks spread out from its back, tearing open its flesh and scraping off its fascia. Before the flesh and blood of the worm devil could heal, our hanger stomped his feet, and the boots of speed on his feet extended blue boots. Fourth sword style, Great Whirlwind. The fallen angel's body began to spin rapidly, stabbing into the burning Skywalker's back like a drill. Fourth sword style, Crow's Slaughter. When his body completely disappeared into the giant worm beast, the blades of his boots and the dual swords changed to another move, and his body swayed greatly. His feet kicked repeatedly, the blades of his boots scraping the flesh. His two swords danced in an airtight manner, cutting the fascia into less than an inch of residue. It was as if a juicer had been installed in its body. A fountain of blood and minced meat was spurting out of the hole on the burning Skywalker's back. In the face of this violent, destructive power, even the burning Skywalkers, who possessed powerful physical regenerative abilities, were unable to resist for long. After a short while, the giant beast fell straight from the sky. When it fell to the ground, only a thin layer of skin was left. Its bones and flesh had long disappeared. As a high-grade worm devil, the burning skywalkers were not stupid. When they saw the tragic state of one of their kind, the other burning skywalkers experienced a brief moment of grief before fleeing in all directions. However, this was of no use. As a legendary assassin, the former surveillance oracle had no intention of letting any of them go. Mirror image, wing illusion. Our hanger shook his shoulders. The ebony wings on his back suddenly fell off, transforming into two fallen angels identical to his original body. They chased after the two burning skywalkers. Having lost his wings, he once again entered the shadow plane, emerging from the abdomen of the other burning skywalker. He raised his sword once more and slaughtered madly. Faced with such a berserk fallen angel, the other worm devils naturally would not stand by and do nothing. Every burning skywalker was the treasure of the tyrant worm. If all of them died here, the tyrant worm would severely punish all the worm devils who participated in the siege. In fact, they were already prepared for this. The true devil worms born from the Vrock devils all rose into the air. These vulture-like creatures flapped their wings with all their might, trying to intercept the fallen angel transformed from the ebony wings. Our hanger's original body was jointly attacked by many calamity worms. They used the Worm Gate spell to enter the burning skywalker's body ahead of time. The fallen angel who was about to use the four-sword style to drain another burning skywalker dry encountered these cunning creatures. The legendary assassin was not flustered by the sudden ambush. As someone who was used to big scenes, he had many plans before he made his move, including how to deal with the ambush of the worm devils. Poison blade, insecticide. He put his feet together and lightly knocked his heels against each other. The grooves on the blades of his boots were soaked with a green potion. The hilts of the two enchanted steel longswords pressed against each other and bit into each other. The crystal balls embedded in the hilts shattered at the same time. Four-sword style, big and small windmills. This was clearly not the first time Archangel had used this technique. His arms held the hilts of his swords together, and his wrists alternated between exerting force to turn the swords into propellers. Poison shot out from the grooves on the sword's ridges. His legs were slightly spread out, and the poisoned blades of his boots were like snakes waiting to pounce on their prey, seizing every opportunity to attack. Secret technique, scapegoat worm. Facing the rain of poison, the calamity worms did not have much space to dodge because they were inside the burning skywalker's body. They had no choice but to use their secret technique to transfer the poison part to a specific acid mist worm. When the worm was completely soaked in poison, the calamity worms would expel it out of their body. As more and more poison was absorbed, the calamity worms expelled the worms faster and faster. Their bodies were rapidly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, passively taking the attacks was not a solution. They began to counterattack, but our hanger's swords were so dense that the calamity worms could not get close enough to attack. Secret technique, worm bomb. Like arrows, the cataclysmic bugs continuously fired a unique type of acid mist worm at the fallen angel. With a whoosh, they approached our hanger. Moreover, these dark, arrow-like worms would explode violently as soon as they were cut by the swords. Even though our hanger had not suffered any substantial damage for the time being, his movements were unavoidably affected. A flaw gradually appeared in the originally fine wall of swords. Chapter 436. When fish rots, the head rots first, and when people rot, the head rots first. Adhering to this principle, the cataclysmic worms' bug bombs were mostly aimed at our hanger's head before being deflected, until the explosion affected the fallen angel's movements. and a bug bomb passed through a gap in his sword barrier. Humph! Behind the mask made of ebony, the former monitoring oracle snorted disdainfully and tilted his neck to avoid the bug bomb. However, the black worm that streaked past his cheeks suddenly disappeared, replaced by Helmuter in a purple silk robe, the incarnation of the tyrant worm. Due to the close distance, our hanger could not avoid being grabbed by the neck. Then he felt a huge force pulling at the flesh on his neck, and then, although it was only the incarnation of the tyrant worm, his true form was a demon lord and god with violent power. Using a sneak attack, Helmuter easily crushed the fallen angel's throat and tore off his head with a section of his spine. A weak legend. Helmuter pursed his lips and revealed a sinister smile. The fallen angel's head in his hand was still dripping with blood. Uproot this city. Eliminate all the Batsabastards. Don't let a single devil go. As a demon lord, he naturally would not make a second choice for an invader who dared to trespass into the plane under his rule. After giving the order to massacre the city, Helmuter seemed to be somewhat resentful. He felt that his punishment might be too merciful, so he wanted to change that eliminate the enemy to grind their bones and scatter their ashes. But before he could say anything, a light blue light covered his body, and an irritating voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding! This tide of worms has ended. The new fortress of Bator has been locked. Please quickly assemble the worm army. The collective teleportation will be initiated in 1/3 of an hourglass. The countdown begins. Damn dwarf! When this game is over, I won't let you walk out of the acid fog canyon. I will. The previous encounter made the tyrant worm realize that Stim had been using it as a reward to raise the morale of all the flag holders. Even if Helmut didn't say a word now, he was already swearing in his heart that he would make him pay the price. Still, the tyrant worm had to make concessions to the god of virtual games, since it still needed Stim's help to clear out the Bateau Legion that was invading the acid fog canyon. Massacre the city in 1/4 of an hourglass and 1/3 of an hourglass. Gather at the open space outside the city. Spitting lightly, as if to demonstrate, Hemtar shook his body and broke free from the light blue light curtain that restricted his movements. Teleporting to the back of the burning Skywalker, he aimed his finger at Archangel Sko and cast a powerful evocation spell. Extreme spell, Meteor Storm. Due to the meteorite that had fallen not long ago, a large hole had appeared in the thick sulfur clouds that had gathered in the sky above the acid fog canyon. The pale green sunlight shone on this land, which was a rare sight. On the ruins of Archangel Sko fortress, a large crater appeared, and the impact glass was scattered all over it. Under the illumination of the sun, they reflected an intoxicating emerald light, like fireflies dancing in the summer night sky of the material plane. Perhaps this atmosphere didn't suit the aesthetics of the bottomless abyss, so it was soon crudely corrected. Woo, 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 woo. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The loud and clear sound of a steam whistle reverberated endlessly, shattering the tranquility of this place. Huge steel tracks moved forward, crushing the clumps of snake vines that had just settled down here. Poisonous smoke billowed out of the chimneys, filling up the hole in the sky. Keyes, who was piloting the ghost-face fish and had witnessed the entire process of the tide of worms, was now busy guiding the fortress. After trekking for a few hourglasses, the moving fortress finally stopped near the ruins of Archangel Sko. It was next to the crater caused by the meteor storm. That worm attacked again. Keyes landed on the mooring platform of Traction City. As soon as he stepped down from the flight deck, he saw the steampunk Demolik walking towards him. Go and check him out. See if he should be called him now. Evaluate the strength of his spells. After that, Keyes looked at the ogre gourmet behind Snade, who was his logistics supervisor. Brew, Take the bone demon guards to search for survivors. If there are any, bring them back. We need to replenish our labor camp. After that, he continued to arrange a few tasks before walking to his command post, which was the core operation room of Traction City. With the assistance of spells, Traction City could be remotely controlled while moving. However, some delicate work still required Keyes to control it personally. After receiving Brew's reply, Keyes nodded. We found some bloated demon slaves in the dungeon under the ruins. The other Batsu devil should have been slaughtered. He immediately ordered the laborers in the intestine of the city to get ready, a necessary tool for scavengers. With a smile on his face, Keyes reached out his hand and pushed the lever on the operation table. He realized his intention with the help of the mechanical transmission device. 8 thick claws extended from the base of Traction City. The coupling structure of the steel track instantly fell off to reduce the weight of the platform. Like a giant spider, the Traction City moved steadily to the top of the ruins of Arkhangelsko with its 8 legs. At the bottom of the base platform, the gears were constantly rotating. The layers of armor opened up, and a big hole big enough for the Leviathan to pass through appeared. Creak, creak, creak. The joints of the 8 feet were gradually bent and deformed. The entire Traction City was like a hen that was hatching eggs. It slowly sat on the ruins of the fortress that had collapsed. The intestine of the city, which was located at the bottom of Traction City, was a cluster of buildings consisting of many yards and factories. It instantly became busy. The argon lamps that densely covered the yards were turned on one after another, emitting a light that was comparable to the eternal flame. The villains serving their sentences in the labor camps were like male cats pushing wheelbarrows back and forth on the suspended walkway. The hinges clanked as the elevators went up and down, sending all kinds of materials to the various factories. The extremely strict demon foremen were never stingy with their whips to punish those who they thought were lazy. Although the laborers were inevitably trembling in fear, they were still full of energy when they were told that they would have extra food rations today. The 3 ogre brothers and the steampunk half-lich had already taken the elevator to the intestine of the city. They were also busy. Neru was in charge of maintaining order and security. Brew, the logistics manager, was in charge of registering the raw materials of the various factories. As for Paru and Snade, they were working harder. They had to check all the harvests and search for any high-value omissions. Traction City's stomach was rapidly squirming. Chapter 437. Since his companions were all working, Keyes was naturally not idle. He took the initiative to take on the most difficult work, leading a team of guards to inspect the waste removal workshop in Traction City. The Batsu devil himself did not need to eat or drink, so he did not have any digestive organs. But in addition to them, there were also many citizens from other dimensions living in this new boom town. These mortals not only needed to eat and drink, but they also needed to poop. Since there were quite a number of them, a lot of garbage was produced every day. In order to prevent the plague from spreading, Keyes, the mayor, issued a strict order that everyone must discharge the waste at a designated place. And these pickles would go through the pipeline into the manure tank next to the intestine of the city and finally be processed by the waste removal workshop. Although he was wearing a pig's nose gas mask, Keyes could still smell a faint pungent stench because of the keen sense of smell of the megalosaurus. Standing on the suspended bridge, he looked at the laborers in gray rubber suits standing in the waist-deep brownish-yellow filth, struggling to walk while combing the viscous liquid with a long-handled rake enchanted with magic. Organic residues, excrement, and byproducts of the human nutrition process were mixed together. These things had to be separated from the sewage and waste discharged from the factory before they could be introduced into the cultivation factory. In that factory, there were many mushroom petri dishes, as well as special breeding tanks without brains for acid mist worms. They all needed to be injected with fresh fertilizer regularly. The big city eats the small city eats the town, and the town eats the simple settlements. Stim's game has a new theme. Thinking of a theory that he had read before, Keyes could not help but secretly sigh. This is really urban Darwinism. Just as he was thinking, the indicator light above the waste removal workshop's gate suddenly lit up. This meant that the intestine of the city next to it had been digested, because when the intestine of the city was working, the waste removal workshop's gate was set to be locked. Seeing this, the laborers waving the long-handled rakes immediately walked to the high platforms on both sides of the pool, without any hesitation. The indicator light flashed 3 times quickly, and the drain at the bottom of the pool suddenly opened, and the final waste that had been sorted out all leaked out. It didn't take long for the sewage pool, which was the size of a small square, to be emptied, and new sewage began to be introduced from the manure storage tank. Toot, toot, toot. The whistle sounded at the appointed time. After inspecting the disposal of the filth in New Boom Town, Keyes turned around and left. Rising from the ruins of Arkhangelsko, which had nothing left, he pulled up the city and put on his caterpillar belt. Smoke poured out of the chimneys above the city, and the engines, strengthened by the pit fiend's wishing spell, started to move once more. Keyes came to the mooring platform and boarded the flight deck of Ghostface Fish. He piloted this speedy airship into the distance. New Boom Town had an excellent digestive system. The ruins of Arkhangelsko alone were not enough to fill its stomach. After eating until it was half full and accumulating some strength, Ghostface Fish led the way for the city, preparing to personally begin its first hunt. Since the other party was just a fixed Baturzu's stronghold, the time of arrival had already been fixed under the premise that the speed of travel didn't change. Within this limited time, the citizens of New Boom Town followed the instructions and made orderly preparations for battle. Rumble, the sound of an earth dragon turning, came from afar, and the earth began to tremble. In the command post of Sin City, an oil lamp had been knocked over, and several scrolls had been burned. "Damned bastard!" Naman Bingju roared in a shrill voice. In front of him, the little devil in charge of cleaning had his tail curled up, looking like a bat specimen that had been eaten alive. All of his subordinates were afraid of Naman Bingju. Even if he wasn't one of the strongest Batsu, he was still a vicious contract fiend. "This information is worth more than your life, but you let them be burned. You really are worthless trash." He took out a scroll from the countless hanging on his body, and like a whip, he viciously lashed out at the little devil's head. Asterisk crack. Asterisk, a deep wound appeared on the little devil's cheek, blood-red smoke billowing out of the wound. Before he could rejoice that he'd managed to escape with his life, the little devil felt his mind go blank, and he disappeared without a trace. In his place was a creature that looked like a melted candle, a lesser devil at the bottom of the Batsu's chain of contempt. Naman Bingju waved his hand, and the lesser devil was teleported to some unknown corner of Sin City to do the most menial work. Ever since he'd arrived at Acid Fog Canyon, the contract fiend had been in a bad mood. This was already the 30th lesser devil he'd berated, though he wasn't like the pit fiends, who could mold lesser devils as he pleased. Naman Bingju could still kill the devils he'd signed a contract with. This was the specialty of contract fiends, and at the same time it was a fatal shackle that shackled him. He was also bound by a contract, and the target of his contract was a snake scorpion fiend that was perhaps even stronger than the average pit fiend. He'd originally had a great future ahead of him. After graduating from the famous academy in Nessus, Naman Bingju had smoothly entered the bureaucracy of Avernus. He'd relied on his familiarity with the Codex of Hell to take on the role of a litigator. With his glib tongue, he'd received many soul prisms every day until he'd met the snake scorpion fiend. "I need a lawsuit service." The snake scorpion fiend found Namen Bingju, stating his request bluntly, "You have to win this lawsuit. If you succeed, I'll reward you with 1,000 soul prisms. If you fail, you'll have to serve me for free for 30 years. This was a fair deal. From the information the snake scorpion fiend had provided, the chances of failure were infinitely close to zero. After signing the contract, the snake scorpion fiend and the contract fiend went to court. However, the crafty snake scorpion fiend actually chose to settle the matter in court. Naturally, Namen Bingju had fallen into the snake scorpion fiend's trap. He'd have to serve him for 30 years to repay the debt he didn't have. The crafty snake scorpion fiend had no intention of letting him serve as a civil servant, instead sending him to Acid Fog Gorge. "You'll have to gather information for me. After all, most of the time, the prerequisite for victory is sufficient information. Just like how you tricked me into signing a contract. How much information have you gathered on me, crafty snake scorpion fiend?" "Much more than you can imagine." The snake scorpion fiend's fat and warty face revealed a cruel smile. The contract fiend, who'd been on the losing end, could only grit his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. Meanwhile, in Acid Fog Canyon, Namen Bingju, just like all the other commanders of Bader's faction, had suffered the same fate. When will these days come to an end? Chapter 438. Namen Bingju ascended to the balcony of the tower. He was a muscular demon with rusty red skin. Thick curved horns grew from his body as if he was protected by a crown. Apart from that, there were many contract scrolls wrapped around his body. They were both his weapons and his extravagant attire. As a self-proclaimed civilized Batsu, contract demons rarely participated in battles between demons. They either lived in the 9 prisons of Bader as litigators or went to the material plane to corrupt mortals. Due to their long habit, Namen Bingju was only a civilian even after being tricked by the snake scorpion demon to the front lines of the Blood War. Compared to the fortresses built by other Batsu commanders, his encampment was more like a small walled city. There were no heavy gates or sturdy walls. Apart from demons, most of the people living here were fallen scholars from other planes. These mortals were under the control of the contract demon. They provided him with intelligence, gathering, and analysis so that he could better report to the snake scorpion demon. To increase the efficiency of the fallen scholars, Namen Bingju purposely improved the environment of the encampment to make it more livable. However, this meant that the total amount of resources allocated to the logistics department remained the same. Since they focused on comfort, they naturally couldn't pay attention to the construction of defensive facilities. That shouldn't have been a problem. In the Batsu camp, contract demons weren't known for their fighting prowess. With powerful demon commanders in charge, the flames of war wouldn't reach them immediately even if they were at the front lines of the Blood War. However, the arrival of the god of virtual games Stim completely disrupted all of Namen Bingju's calculations and plans. Fortunately, during the initial chaos, the Batsu commanders were too busy attacking each other to pay attention to the gentle contract demon. That was why his walled city had been preserved until now. Namen Bingju patted the obsidian railing of the balcony and cast his gaze into the distance. He looked at the thick pillar of smoke rising into the air. It doesn't seem like the tide of worms. The contract demon pondered. The continuous tremors forced him to use eagle eye to spy, but all he saw was a blurry scene. Although he hadn't been on the battlefield many times, He knew a lot about the demon worms after collecting a large amount of information from the acid fog canyon. No matter how one looked at it, the huge blur looked more like a castle than an army of demons and worms. Could it be that someone is using Fata Morgana? But what's the cause of these continuous earthquakes? The contract demon cautiously guessed. At the same time, he did not let his guard down, just because it was not the tide of worms. He issued a series of orders. Squads of barbed demon guards walked up to the top of the city walls and got into formation, ready to welcome the fierce attack that might be coming. The fallen scholars who stayed in the library all day long were driven out by the demons, and each of them was given a set of fine iron armor. As for weapons, for these mortals who were used to using quill pens, if they held a sword in their hands, they might cut their toes first. Fortunately, many of these people knew how to use spells. Even if their attainments were relatively shallow, they had the advantage of having a large number of people. The fallen scholar, who did not know anything, was assigned to the ballista launching platform to help the demon archers calculate the angle of attack. You can say that you're making the best use of people. The contract demon looked down at the battle preparations in the walled city and comforted himself a little helplessly. At the same time, he quickly thought of countermeasures. As long as it's not the demons of worms, if we can't withstand the attack, we can surrender to the commander of the Batsu Devil. The general flag issued by that god is impossible for others to give up, but I still have a disclaimer that I can use. Thinking of this, Namen Bingju touched the sharp horn behind his head and confirmed that there was a seemingly ordinary parchment hanging on it. This was originally a weapon that he had carefully prepared to turn the situation around in order to escape the control of the snake, scorpion demon. It was also a secret of the contract demons. As a reward for their service, they would have a chance to sacrifice to the 9 prisons of Bader once every 1,000 years. The contract demons who made the sacrifice would receive a special disclaimer. This disclaimer could be added to any contract signed by the contract demon as a remark. As long as the contract was not signed with the Liege of the 9 prisons of Bader, the disclaimer would take effect immediately, even if it was a contract signed between a god and a contract demon. As long as the god was not as powerful as the Liege of the 9 prisons, the contract demon would instantly be exempted from fulfilling its obligations. After falling into the snake, scorpion demon's trap, Namen Bingju had not only used all the soul prisms he had accumulated, but also used his position as a frontline commander of the blood war to embezzle some logistical resources into his own pocket. That was how he managed to gather enough offerings to complete the sacrifice. The disclaimer had not been easy to come by, and the contract demon would never use it unless it was absolutely necessary. But if he was forced to the brink of death, he would have no choice but to use this trump card to remove the restriction that the god of virtual games had placed on him, and then use interplanar teleportation to escape. Serving the snake scorpion demon for 30 years is dangerous and unbearable. But it's not worth dying here. Of course, abandoning the city and running away was actually a safe alternative. However, the fallen scholars would not be able to escape quickly. If a powerful enemy caught up to them, which was very likely, the contract demon's army would be quickly defeated without the protection of the city. When that happens, the contract demon would have to decisively give up on the information he gained from the front lines of the blood war and use the disclaimer to escape from the plain of Acid Fog Canyon. Abandoning the city and running away would be a useless choice. In fact, it might seem sweet, but it was a poisonous apple that contained a fatal threat. I can only hope that the city can hold on for a while longer and give me more time to pack up the information. At least I'll have something to report when I return. With that in mind, the commander of Sin City no longer paid any attention to the preparations in the city. He allowed the lower and middle rank demon captains to carry out their tasks. He teleported to the library where the fallen scholars worked and packed up all kinds of documents in a race against time. Meanwhile, the demons who had been on high alert were all trembling in fear. An unimaginable enemy was slowly appearing before them as they approached the New Boom town. Not only did the ground tremble more violently, the hazy spell that had drawn in the city slowly faded away. "What kind of monster is that?" a chained demon asked Barb Demon, beside him as the chains on its body clattered loudly. Barb Demon was equally stunned. "Beneath the 9 hells, I see a Fort Bator that can move on its own." As if cheering for their correct guess, the cannons that densely covered the walls of the New Boom town burst into flames at the same time. The cannonballs with iron cores tore through the air, whistling and spinning as they flew straight towards the clay walls of Sin City. Chapter 439. As soon as he stepped through the door of the library, Naman Bingju felt that something was wrong. He flipped his hand and took out a scroll. "The cat is dead." The contract demon was in the library, but it was actually the room of the Intelligence Gathering and Analysis Center. There were many detection devices. In addition to the various speculators that were often used to detect spells, he also put in a cat box that was created by the ideas of a fallen scholar. He put the cat in a dark box, and through the spirit of elements, he connected the cat to a material particle that existed for a very short time. If he didn't enter the library through the normal way, the cat box wouldn't have flipped from the decorative altar to the next room. As long as an observer appeared, the material particle would collapse into a state of decay, and the cat would be completely dead. He didn't have time to mourn for his pet. In fact, this selfish contract demon didn't care about his pet's life at all. At this moment, he was more concerned about the observer. Someone who broke into his intelligence center without triggering any magic traps or being detected by the speculators must be very difficult to deal with. The scroll spread out from the sharp corners of his body and formed a curtain. In this way, the contract demon wouldn't be afraid of ordinary spells and swords. "Who is visiting here? Why don't you tell the master?" Naman Bingju didn't use the infernal language but the abyss language. He was afraid that the other party was a powerful worm demon. "Since you are the master, why are you in a hurry? Since you are in a hurry to leave, why do you want to be a good host?" "Ridiculous, ridiculous, why bother?" The words reached the contract demon's ears. It was neither the infernal language nor the abyss language, but the official language of the Drow, with a special accent. Knowing that he had been discovered, the half-lich Snade stopped hiding and showed himself in front of Naman Bingju. Just now, the contract demon thought that the other party was a Drow, but the thick armor under the robe made it difficult for him to tell. Of course, he didn't know who the other party was, but it didn't affect his decision at this time. "Curse!" The confident smile on his face became hideous in the blink of an eye. Naman Bingju took the initiative to launch a sneak attack with a spell. Due to the need to sign a contract with a mortal, the contract fiend had visited various material planes for a period of time. He boasted that he had a thorough understanding of the cunning creatures like the Drows, so he was not afraid to speculate with the greatest malice. He didn't have any intention of communicating with it, nor did he want to deceive it with words and contracts, just because the other party might be a Drow. And if he wanted to deceive a Drow who had grown up in conspiracy since childhood, the limited time he had now was simply not enough. The contract demon's malicious thoughts gradually turned into reality through magic, attempting to affect the steampunk Demolic. However, Snader didn't even have the slightest reaction. TSK, you want to curse me to have my guts ripped out." He even commented on the contract demon's spellcasting skills. Spells are good spells, but as a spellcaster, your observation skills are a bit lacking. The Demolik didn't have a body at all. His mechanical body was more like a unique mount. Namen Bingju thought that he might be a strange drow wearing heavy armor, so he wanted to use Subjugation Curse to bypass the armor's protection and attack. Indeed, he wasn't observant enough. It was impolite not to reciprocate. The drow Demolik, who advocated the belief that if you give me a punch, I'll give you a sword, also began his own counterattack. Extreme spell, hold monster. Without any sound or light effects, only some targeted magic waves, the contract demon's body stiffened on the ground, motionless. This little trick may be able to deceive others, Snadert said jokingly, but it's useless to me. Well, I can't say that. Maybe it's useful. Bats's dissection. He saw through the contract demon's trick. Although he had successfully avoided the spell, he still maintained his stiff body and attempted to launch another surprise attack. The drow Demolik followed his wishes. A dozen fine gold wheel saws whizzed out of Snader's mechanical body and flew around Namen Bingju at lightning speed. The long horns that surrounded the contract demon, like a crown, were instantly trimmed clean. The other scrolls were fine, but the extremely precious disclaimer was still hanging behind the contract demon's head. Now, it had fallen off along with the short horns. With unimaginable agility, the sturdy demon quickly twisted his body, bent down, and reached out to grab his disclaimer. This set of movements could be said to be very smooth, and the reaction could be said to be very fast. However, the contract demon was still like a bamboo basket trying to draw water. He caught nothing. A powerful palm reached out from the void and slapped Namen Bingju's arm away, bending it into an unnatural angle. "Give me back my scroll." Seeing that the guy who attacked him held the disclaimer, the contract demon couldn't help but be furious. Following his furious roar, his rusty red skin instantly turned blood red, and a scroll appeared in his hand at an unknown time. Because of the broken arm, he could only fight back with one hand. But because of the hatred in his heart, this attack was even more fierce. He used the scroll in his hand as a sharp blade and stabbed at the enemy who was half hidden in the void, thinking that he had to pierce through the enemy's body. But one wrong step led to another. When the legendary Demolik had already made his move, he should have decisively used the disclaimer to escape. Now that Keyes had also seized this precious disclaimer, the contract demon was actually a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Tiger claw style, breaking tendons and dislocating bones. Unlike the ancient martial arts on Earth, whose names were mostly exaggerated metaphors, the martial arts of the Nine Swords were much more realistic. If it was called breaking tendons and dislocating bones, then it would definitely have the literal effect. As long as one was hit, the bones would definitely be broken. The young blue dragon's thumb, index finger, and middle finger rubbed against each other, forming a pecking posture. He avoided the sudden thrust of the scroll and fiercely pecked at a spot 3 inches above the contract demon's wrist. With just one peck, the bones in Namen Bingju's forearm were broken into 2, and the flesh above was also flipped open. Then, Keyes' 3 fingers reached into the contract demon's wound, tightly grabbing the tendons in his hand and forcefully pulling outwards. Sunset flow, throat strike, windmill fall. Since he had already made his move, the young blue dragon decided to eliminate all evil. He once again used the Nine Swords martial arts against a devil that could be considered a spellcaster. The palm that had just broken the tendon slapped towards the contract demon's lower abdomen, while the other hand formed a blade and directly sliced towards the contract demon's throat. The former was a feint, while the latter was a move that was made later. Namen Bingju's Adam's apple was hit by the blade and instantly caved in. But that wasn't the end of it. Quess immediately used the windmill fall technique. His palms, which were fainting, landed on the demon's abdomen. His 5 fingers dug into the demon's abdomen. His palms, which were aimed at the demon's throat, tightened around the demon's neck. Both of his arms exerted strength at the same time. Namen Bingju was like a spinning windmill. In an instant, Namen Bingju was smashed into the ground. His brain instantly burst open. Chapter 440. The dead body of the contract demon gradually turned into a pool of sticky bubbles. In a sense, he had been freed. If there were no accidents, after 99 years, Namen Bingju would be fully resurrected in one of the 9 prisons of Bader. At that time, he would be free of the Lamia demon's shackles. The small general flag was wrapped in bubbles. It slowly floated from the remains of the contract demon's corpse to the young blue dragon, as if it was at his disposal. Let me handle this devil's corpse. Seeing that Keyes had put away the general flag, the steampunk Demolic asked in a timely manner, and he received an unsurprising approval. Therefore, the process of the contract demon's death was distorted. It was unknown whether he was lucky or unlucky, but in the end, he did not die, or rather, he did not receive his ideal release. As a legendary spellcaster who was proficient in the school of necromancy, Sneyd imprisoned the devil's soul and kept it in his bag. Take over the Batoan garrison here. Then get the city intestine ready to move again, and digest this. Sin City. After skimming through the information he had just obtained from the general flag, Keyes took out a brick-sized radio communicator and gave an order. The Batsu garrison, which originally wanted to bombard this walled city, instantly gave up. The Batsu garrison on top of Sin City also sheathed their swords, took the initiative to open the city gates, and let down their guard. These actions stunned the fallen scholars. As they were not part of the Batoan forces, they were not affected by Stim's general flag. Therefore, they were at a loss. Why did those devils surrender? A certain fallen scholar, who was smoking a pipe while calculating the trajectory parameters, could not help but ask in surprise. However, what answered him was not words, but the hilt of the barbed magic cannon on his back. With a light tap, the talkative bumpkin was knocked down. The pipe was pressed under the fallen scholar's body. When he woke up again, he had lost his well-groomed chest hair. Of course, that was a matter for the future. At this time, Sin City had no time to care about other things. Everyone was busy evacuating this place as soon as possible. New Boom Town, which was crying piteously for food, began to move again. It turned into an 8-legged spider and swallowed Sin City into its intestine. With the experience from last time, the efficiency of the farms and factories in the intestine of the city increased by a lot. It didn't take long for them to finish digesting Sin City. Keyes also had some free time to watch Sneyd's experiment and see how he manipulated the body of the contract demon. As everyone knew, most of the creatures in the lower realm were existences where their souls and bodies were as one. Their souls and bodies could not be separated by external forces. Sneyd imprisoned the soul of the contract demon, which was dying, and the transformation of its body into foam into the city was forcibly stopped. Due to the young blue dragon's head being smashed, the first thing the Demolic did was to add another head for this guy. Sneyd took out a vice head of the 9-headed demon dragon that he had collected. This vice head did not have a brain, so it could not think and remember independently. It only had a part of the brain stem and gray matter, which could be used to control the 9-headed demon dragon's body. This is a very interesting experiment. The soul and body of the contract demon are one entity. However, There are very few records of what will happen when its body is replaced with the flesh and blood of other creatures. Seeing that the onlookers still did not understand, he continued to explain. The old hag lord before Bartho created a brand new kind of Bartho's zoo devil called the Suture Devil. She sewed the limbs of different devils together and completed her own creation. Suture Devil is not any kind of demon whose limbs were still alive. Instead, it is an independent kind of Batsa devil. This means that the creature that was created has self-identity. What I am doing now is trying to use the flesh and blood of ordinary creatures to merge with the body of the demon that is entangled with its soul. I want to see what kind of creature the new creature is. Although Snyder tried his best to explain, the three ogre brothers were still baffled and couldn't understand the significance behind it. However, Keyes was different. When he heard the word self-identity, the young blue dragon fell into a reverie. He thought of his own transmigration. Even though he had a very deep memory of his previous life, Keyes still had doubts. Was he still the same person? If the birth of the Suture Devil race was a manifestation of self-identity, then their souls would definitely be different from before. In Keyes's memory, there was a series of famous paradoxes in ancient Greece called the Ship of Theseus. In order to commemorate Theseus, the prince who killed the Minotaurs, the Athenians kept the black sailboat that they used to travel to Crete. With the passage of time, the wooden planks of the sailboat inevitably rotted, so it had to be renovated every year. In the end, there was not a single piece of material on the ship of Theseus that had not been replaced. The entire ship was completely different from the original material. So, was this ship still the ship of Theseus? Some busybodies collected all the materials that had been replaced and used these materials to build an identical sailboat. So, between this newly built ship and the one with all the changed materials, which one was the real ship of Theseus? Keyes had once thought about it, and he believed that the reason for this problem was that the ship of Theseus did not have self-identity. The so-called ship of Theseus was just a name given to it by others. This ship existed in the eyes of its observers. After pondering for a long time, Keyes suddenly had an epiphany in his heart. The me of today is no longer the me of yesterday. Although he was just muttering to himself, it was as if a bell had suddenly rung in his heart. It was as if he had been enlightened. Whether it was a human or a megalosaurus, the Keyes of today was different from yesterday. And there would also be some differences between tomorrow and tomorrow. So, why should he be obsessed with the question of who was who? Keyes was not the rotten ship of Theseus. Its existence itself was the best proof that it had self-identity. He suddenly thought of the mortals worshipping the gods. Weren't those mortals the observers? And the gods were like the ship of Theseus, the domain of clergy that represented the various abstract concepts of the multiverse had yet to be born out of my knowledge, so the gods would change. Suddenly, Keyes thought of a rumor. It was said that the god who had gone the furthest in the domain of death, the ancient god of death, Jaeger, had taken the initiative to strip his clergy and gave it to other newly promoted gods of death. This was completely different from the choices of other gods who were highly exclusive. Perhaps not all concepts have yet to be born and self-identity. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.